Yeah, well, thank you for your service. So we got a problem with the military right now with recruitment. We got a problem with morale. Recruiting's at the lowest level since the end of the Vietnam War when they abolished the draft. And I have veterans come up to me frequently now saying, you know, I'm not sure I'd want my kids or grandkids to join today's military. And that is really sad that that's the case, because veterans have always taken pride if family members join. They've always encouraged that, and yet they're not now. And I think it's because the military has lost focus. I think you have a lot of civilians who are trying to impose a political agenda. You've seen things like woke ideology in the military, the whole DEI. And I've talked to people on active duty, and they got to be very careful. They'll whisper to me. But when I have a pilot telling me he did more DEI training than he did flight training, you know, that shows you that that's the priorities are misplaced. So we'll come in on day one as Commander-in-Chief. I'm going to rip out all of the political nonsense, all the woke, all the social experimentation, put that in the trash can. We're going to return the military to focusing on accomplishing the mission above all else, and the promotions are going to be based on merit. And once you do that, you increase morale, and you are going to be able to increase people that want to sign up. I mean, if you look back, we've had presidents talk about the nobility of military service in ways that have been inspiring. I mean, Ronald Reagan, he used to say that some people spend a lifetime wondering whether they've made a difference. Marines don't have that problem. John Kennedy said you can look back on your life with a great deal of satisfaction saying, I served in the United States Navy. That stuff matters, to have a president who's going to talk about that. And I have credibility in doing it because I volunteered and I served when the other candidates have not done that. So I think you're going to see an improvement. And I think the good thing about it, there's a lot of problems we deal with. The one good thing about the military is, as Commander-in-Chief, you really have carte blanche authority to ensure good order and discipline. And so we'll be able to do what we need to do to get everything right. And here's the thing. I look at China, threat from China. You know, we've got to do more to have more military power to deter them in the Pacific. But how are you going to do like a naval buildup if the military culture is out of whack and we can't even recruit people? So you really got to fix that right off the bat, and we will do that, and it's important that we do that.
Go Navy!
Go Navy! They didn't quite beat Army this year, but that's okay. Yes, back there. Yes.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. I know you're very strong in education policy, but you've also said you want to get rid of the Department of Education. So how will you influence education policy with the Department of Education?
Great question. What's your name?
Conrad,
great job. Well, so I do not think the Federal Department of Education has the right to interfere with Iowa and how they're handling education on curriculum matters or things like that. It's just not part of the constitutional mandate. So in terms of K-12 education, I want to get the Department of Education off the back. Now, he has the bill to abolish it, but even if Congress wouldn't pass that, you know, we are gonna liberate K-12 systems from that. Now, how would you influence? Well, there's a lot of funding that goes to different stuff, and I'm not even saying all the funding is justified, but it's Congress's prerogative. You know, we have every right to condition the funding on certain things, and so you can do that. The other thing you can do for universities is federal government approves the accreditation bodies. So this is something that is so behind the scenes, and I didn't appreciate the influence of it until I became governor. But you wonder, why are these universities like this? Why do you have this DE&I, you know, very discriminatory stuff? How did that get there? How does all this? And part of the reason is because when they go to get accredited, these accreditors are really pushing them in that direction. And the federal government approves who's a valid accreditor and who's not. So when we're in, instead of saying accreditors saying you can only get accredited if you do DEI, you know, we can say you're only going to get accredited if you don't discriminate and if you don't do DEI. So we're going to be able to do through the accreditation, I think, a lot of stuff. And then final thing I'd say, we've done a big push in Florida for American civics education. I think it's important that people understand the founding principles of this country, the Constitution, all these things that people have fought for, and that we've really got a generation where we've dropped the ball on doing that. We want to graduate students that have a foundation in what it means to be an American. You don't want to graduate a bunch of blank slates. We created a great curriculum. We have education program for the teachers. It's a 50-hour course. They get a $3,000 bonus if they complete it. Talks about all the foundations that led to the formation of America. Really, really good. So we'll have that. We're going to package that federally. We're not going to mandate it, but I think we'll be able to provide that for folks so that they can do it. And the thing is, the people that have gone through that course, the teachers, it's got like a 90% approval rate amongst teachers. And, you know, obviously not all teachers are like, you know, conservative constitutionalists. I mean, like, they're going and it's valuable. So, and here's the thing, you got to do that because the colleges and universities are not giving students a good foundation in the core aspects of American history anymore. So you got to work to really do that.
Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Siegel?
Whatever you want, Congressman. I'm good. Thank you.
Siegel?
Sigilly.
All right, start with you. I think you would well know that I was just reviewing Joint Pub 3.0, Joint Operations, a foundation of joint operations in the military, and nowhere in there does it call for diversity of command. It does call for unity of command, and it talks a lot about unit morale and the need for unity within our military units. You testified earlier that you haven't seen Marxism, critical race theory. You don't know where it is in the military or where it is at West Point. Is that accurate characterization?
I had not heard of it when I was at West Point teaching there for 2 decades. I had not heard of it until it became a national issue.
When did you leave West Point?
I stopped teaching there in 2019.
Okay. So you're unaware then that critical race theory 101 is part of the West Point curriculum? According to, and I'd like to enter into the record,
I'm not quite sure what, that you're saying that there's a department of critical race theory?
No, there is it's part of the syllabus, excuse me.
The part of the syllabus for what, Congressman?
For one of the classes at West Point.
Well, no, I think that that's absolutely true, that for one class, for one elective, it certainly could be.
Do you agree with the lecture, Understanding Your Whiteness and White Rage, taught by Dr. Carol Anderson of Emory University, that should be taught at West Point?
I'm not familiar with that lecture.
The thing essentially,
is that,
the theme is that white people are enraged. Not 100 years ago, not 40 years ago, which you're talking about, the 60s and 70s. Today, white cadets, white people are enraged by black advancement.
Well, I think, Congressman, the great thing about education is that you can get a variety of different perspectives.
Sure.
It's not training, which is what some of my colleagues have talked about. I'm talking about education. You want to hear the broadest representation of every viewpoint.
Do you
so that
understand?
You can hear that.
I know this is the very clever approach of the left to conflate history with current day training. So would you agree that critical race theory is a foundation for DEI?
No, I would not. I don't know that to be true. DEI, it goes back to equal opportunity. In the early part of the 1970s, it's still just a part of what equal opportunity, I would say.
What's the difference in equity and equality? Equal opportunity, which is, so right now, the Director of National Intelligence, how infused this ideology has become across our national security apparatus, the Director of National Intelligence has an Office for Equal Opportunity, which, for the record, I fully agree with. I want every American, race, religion, socioeconomic background, to have an equal opportunity to serve. They also have an Office of DEI, including equity. What's the difference in equity?
Well, I would say that when this started as a historian, it started as a Defense Race Relation Institute and then became the Defense Equal Opportunity.
What's the difference in equity and equality? Equal opportunity to serve and equity, which is an equal outcome for all.
I would again say that the equal opportunity, which at least at West Point, when I was there and started the DEI
all for
program,
equal opportunity.
But the equal opportunity program falls under the
equity?
DEI at West Point.
What's equity?
I don't know what, Congressman. If
you're here as an expert today, the Democratic witness. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is part of there's a DEI office in the Pentagon, a chief.
There's
office.
DEI in many
you
of those.
You don't know what equity. You can't testify to what equity means? Well, I'll tell you, since you don't know.
Thank you, Congressman.
It is equal outcomes for all, which is a hallmark of Marxism. DEI is Marxist-based, as is critical race theory, but let's progress, since, I mean, apparently the expert doesn't know what equity is in DEI. I have here, I'd like to enter for the record, a class composition with racial goals for West Point. You just testified, you were under oath, you were in the admissions office.
I was there. I wasn't in the admissions office. I was on the admissions committee for 1 year, and I know that there were no quotas, is what I said, Congressman.
So we're going to parse over quotas and goals. This is from the superintendent, and here's the goals, and it has African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, women with percentages. We have red here for when they missed those goals.
As I said, Congressman,
That's
there
an
are
issue.
no quotas on the, when I was on the admissions committee, there were no
Let's
quotas.
also
There is
enter into
also,
the record-
Congressman, the ability to have athletes on there. So there are many other the goals on there, as I'm sure you've seen,
Mm-hmm.
on what are the other. And if you could go read all of those goals, it would tell you how deep that is. And in fact,
Here's
one of
the
the
problem.
largest number of people that are recruited at West Point are athletes, 25%.
Here's the problem. When you have in any elite institution, when you say, and your directive is to advance one group based on the skin color, you have to take those slots from another group based on their skin color.
And
it's
Congressman-
a zero sum.
But the largest of those groups is the athletes.
It's a zero sum. Oh, well, the athletes get broken down by their skin color.
And
In this chart.
25%.
In this chart that
of
you
those.
just said doesn't exist, but let's continue. This is my time. Here, just to go how system-wide, Mr. Chairman, here's a memorandum from the Secretary of the Air Force with white, black, Asian, American Indian. I mean, I think my wife, who's an Army veteran, who was Arab, she didn't have a place, I guess, in this chart. My son, who's now multiracial, I don't know if he would have probably looks white to most people. I don't know that he would have a place. But here, you have current percentages and a mandate to increase those percentages. You have to then take those slots, whether they're pilot slots or whatever, from someone else based on ethnicity. This is signed by the now chairman of the Joint Chiefs, C.Q. Brown, signed by the Secretary of the Air Force with a mandate, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. With a mandate, you are directed to develop. Mr. Chairman, would you mind yielding?
I'll yield him all of my time. I'll yield him all of my
Mr.
time.
Chairman, if it's okay if I could have
That's
the
okay.
record.
Well,
I just want to get this on the record because I think we've had some very misleading testimony today. With the mandate, you are directed to develop a DEI plan within 30 days and report back annually based on percentages. This is illegal, it's wrong, and it's divisive. Finally, I just want to ask as a matter, here are some of the key proponents of CRT, which basically says to be less white is to be less racially oppressive. To be white, no member of society is innocent. What these authors say is that if you're white, you are incapable of not being racist. That in and of itself is racist, sir. And by the way, these were lecturers at the Air Force Academy. That is divisive, and it's wrong, and it's destructive. And finally, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. We have data that shows, as Mr. Lohmeyer has testified to, 62% of active duty military members are seeing a politicized military. 65% will recommend their child not join, and now we're in a recruiting crisis. This is why these hearings are so necessary. And you are right, Mr. Siegel, in that Congress drives change. This Congress has banned critical race theory in the military in this defense bill. We have eliminated the hiring of divisive DEI bureaucrats. We are going to drive this change to get our military back to a meritocracy with equal opportunity for all. You cannot fight racism with more racism, and you have to have data. Final question, Mr. Chairman. Do you, General Siegel, have any data that shows that a more or less diverse submarine bomber brigade is more lethal or less lethal? Let's go with the submarine crew.
Congressman, I know that a submarine's lethality comes with its nuclear weapons. We have the most lethal.
No, I'm talking about the crew. You have to have people to operate it.
Right, and I would go back to my area of expertise, which is in the early 1970s, when we did
Today.
not have that lethality then. And,
But
and
today-
the reason that we didn't have that lethality then is because we did not have policies that allowed us to have that.
We're now 50 years beyond that.
And the reason that
Do you
we're
have
so
any
good
data
is we've
that
had those
shows-
policies. Those policies have
you
made
have
us as
any data
successful
that
as we
shows
are right now.
by percentage, a more or less, let's say bomber crew, let's say brigade, whether it's 50% black, 10% black, 30% Jewish, any of these societal factors, data that drives readiness?
I would say that the only way we can have an equal force that is ready and able is to recruit that force. And if we can't recruit that force from the entire country and have leadership that reflects that, then we are not going to be a successful military. But we are a successful military in part because some of these policies allow us to recruit and retain the greatest Americans
I'll take
in the
that for the
country.
record that there is no actual data. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you much. I guess we have a couple minutes for Mr. Comer left.
I have 2 more minutes if you want to. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Take it, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. You're the
Got
expert.
it.
Go ahead.
Let's go with, just for the record, with General Burt here and how politicization is infusing our military. This is General Burt from your service, Mr. Lohmeyer, and I'd like you to comment on this, who stated publicly at a forum that she is compelled to consider different candidates who are perhaps less qualified if they disagree with state law. Can you talk about the implications of civilian oversight of the military if we have a 3-star general, active duty, in front of a large crowd, live streamed, talking about sending less qualified people to certain states because of their state laws? And should the military now be able to opine? For example, this is the Pandora's box that is being opened, that if maybe I don't like the Second Amendment laws or the gun restriction laws in a certain location, that I should now be able to self-select with the military to go to a different place?
Thank you, Congressman. One of the points that General Sigeli made earlier was that he was unaware of the many hundreds of senior military leaders ever saying anything aught of Senator Tuberville's hold on confirmations. And I suppose, generally speaking, that's fair enough, but during that same time period is when General Deanna Burt made the comments you're referring to, and it was overtly political. And I'll tell you from my own experience while in the Space Force is that the entire time I was there, this is one of the respected leaders in the Space Force to whom people looked, trusted as a warfighter because she was talented as a warfighter, but the moment you make a statement like that, you lose trust, confidence of the vast majority of people under your command.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Lieutenant Colonel Lohmeyer, thank you for your service and for being here today. In 2021, the United States Military Academy, West Point, taught cadets critical race theory through a seminar titled Understanding Whiteness and White Rage. At an Armed Services Committee hearing earlier this year, or last year, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, was questioned about teaching critical race theory at the service academies. General Milley defended the practice, saying he thought it was important for those in uniform to be, quote, open-minded and openly read, end quote. He went on to state, quote, I want to understand white rage, and I'm white, end quote. In your experience as a squadron commander with the U.S. Space Force, would learning about whiteness and white rage help promote unit cohesion or a team-centered culture?
The answer is anyone who's focused on warfighting doesn't naturally think to talk about these things in the military workplace. We're focused on a particular mission in defense of the country to deter conflict and to win our nation's wars. I do want to make one additional point, if I may, that the general has just explained that he never saw critical race theory in his time at West Point or in his lengthy, honorable military career. In doing research for my book that got me fired, I found that West Point cadets who had recently graduated, these are impressive people, black, white, clearly leftist in their political worldview, had produced a 40-page policy proposal, is what it was called, that I consider a communist screed, anti-American, race-baiting, accusing leaders at West Point of failing the American people, criticizing West Point as an institution. for racism, criticizing them for failing the Army, and that they would continue to fail the Army. What I found in that document is that this general's work is quoted throughout the entire 40 pages. So you can't say that you've never been exposed to critical race theory when a bunch of left-wing Marxist-leaning students attack the West Point Military Academy relying on your work. And so I'd be curious to find out if they consulted with him in the production of that 40-page policy proposal to topple statues at West Point, to rename buildings. When that kind of invitation came to me as a commander to rename streets and buildings, everyone at the base was allowed to populate the Excel spreadsheet that came to us as a tasker from the Pentagon. And I saw George Washington's name on that list because ideology that poisons the mind doesn't disambiguate between racists, evil men, and good men, and patriots. What they did is they said, he is a founder, he's white, I hate him, and we'd like to remove his name from buildings and streets. This is the kind of thing that ideology does to the military. It divides people. And the best evidence we've seen so far, 10 more seconds, is the recent testimony from university presidents who tried to excuse and contextualize genocidal rhetoric. And what CRT, diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates, and Marxist ideology do to a university president or to the Chinese PLA, they will do to an American service member. And I've seen it firsthand.
Thank you. I think it would be wise for the committee to follow up on the report that you're talking about. So I hope we'll be able to do that. According to the Department of Defense website, its mission is to, quote, provide the military forces needed to deter war and ensure our nation's security, end quote. Do you think that teaching our future military leaders about whiteness and white rage will better prepare them to deter war and defend our nation?
No, I do not.
And do you believe promoting divisive concepts, you've, I think, indicated this, like critical race theory, have an impact on military recruitment and retention?
Well, I've got some polling data here that, if we have time, I can cite. But this is one of the prevalent themes that shows up among active duty service members who have been polled about their concerns about the direction the military is headed, why they're choosing to leave the service, and young Americans, why they're choosing not to join. They sometimes call it wokeness, that's colloquial, but they specifically, if they know what they're talking about, refer to critical race theory, and if you know what you're talking about, you know that it's rooted in Marxist ideology.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter to the record any document that Mr. Lohmeyer has, such as that survey, in the minutes of this hearing.
I can. I'm sorry. You didn't ask me to speak.
No, well, I'm just going to ask one more question. Are there specific recommendations you have for maintaining a strong and cohesive military culture while addressing concerns about ideological influences?
Yes, ma'am. I think every American citizen, veteran, or having never served, looks to the Congress to use the power of the purse to hold our military accountable. But we also need brave men and women in uniform to respectfully give feedback, use their voice, and stand on their principle. We don't all have to agree, but we do have to agree that the mission of the United States military is paramount. And merit-based selection and promotion is the only effective principle to keep a strong military. I don't care what people's views are on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I really don't. But we can't use our individual political or social or cultural worldview to shape military selection processes of all institutions. The long-trusted U.S. military must remain a merit-based system. Otherwise, you'll lose that system.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses this morning for your service to our country and for being here and spending some time with us today. Every time a colleague of mine on the other side of the aisle doesn't want to have an ideological discussion or discussion of real policy that makes real differences in the lives of the men and women in our country, whether they're serving our nation or otherwise, they just invoke the word Trump. It's just Trump, Trump, Trump. That's all they can talk about. And quite frankly, I find it tiring and nauseating because we have a real opportunity here to make a difference in the lives of every American, and especially for those that are literally putting their lives on the line to serve our country. And, you know, I'm one of the only Republicans up here on the Hill who has talked about Roe v. Wade, who has talked about finding common ground, who has talked about moderating on abortion and finding out where both sides can find agreement. And there's so much where we can find agreement on, but I have yet to find one Democrat who's willing to work with me on the issue of abortion and finding common ground. And the minute you ask them what their limits are on abortion, they won't answer the question. They flee the room, they get the heck out of the way because they don't want to answer the question, because the left often has absolutely no limits on abortion. That's a travesty here today, too, and shouldn't really be the point of the conversation, because unfortunately, the policies of this administration, the results speak for themselves. Recruiting is down, retention is down, morale is down, while demonizing the military and our veterans is up. And I remember when I was graduating from the Citadel a long time ago, 25 years ago, my own father's concerns about the military. We didn't have the word woke back then, but he saw what was changing. He spent 28 years in the United States Army. He is the most decorated living graduate the Citadel has ever seen in its history. And I remember the conversations we would have and how much the military had changed. And in 25 years, it's way off base now with some of the policies we're seeing, particularly with this administration. And so, the United States military has long been held to the American public as the most respected and trusted institutions of our country, and rightfully so. It's revered. The standing exists because they've remained above the fray of partisan politics, but politics has now gotten into our military, and we've seen the demonization of our active duty military and our veterans. And so I find this conversation deeply disappointing because, as was mentioned earlier, I believe by Mr. Lohmeyer, about lethality and why qualifications actually matter, because when you're in the trenches, when you're in war, it doesn't matter what you look like. So my first question is going to go to Mr. Lohmeyer. Talking about lethality, you've been in the trenches, you've been in war, you've been in combat theater. Does the color of your skin matter when you're in the trenches, when you're in combat?
The answer is no, it doesn't matter, and we've sometimes joked in veteran circles that the last thing that our active duty troops currently wearing the uniform say when they're getting deployed downrange to the desert or to Eastern Europe is, geez, I wish I had another diversity, equity, and inclusion training before hitting the road.
Does gender matter when you're in war, when you're in combat, when you're in battle?
No, I'd say no again, but it also depends on strength and depends on your profession, and I have no problem saying that. That's why we have standards in place.
Does sexual orientation matter if you're
I'd
wearing a
say
uniform?
no, it does not incidentally matter, but if it becomes a matter of activist political orientation, then it could influence the military workplace.
I don't think anyone believes having people from diverse backgrounds in the military is a bad thing. I haven't heard any of that today. I think everybody in the country would welcome diversity no matter what industry they're in. Can you explain specifically how what we're seeing in terms of DEI programs today that goes far beyond that? Mr. Lohmeyer.
You mentioned the issue that Trump's name is invoked as a talking point, an easy go-to talking point.
To not talk about the issues of policy.
And I'll use that to answer your question, Congresswoman. I had a base commander who, in the lead up to an election, threatened forfeiture of pay for all of the members of his base if he caught a whiff of Trump's support in the lead up to the election. In my view, that's court-martialable. It's illegal. It's a violation of the Hatch Act. And it was a direct, express outcome of his ideological worldview. He was a friendly guy. He was loved and respected by a lot of people, but he created a climate of fear, and his top issues were, and by the way, Heritage Foundation and Congressman Waltz just recently did a report of the National Independent Panel of Military Service and Readiness, and I've got feedback right here from people in the uniform. Active military members' trust in the military is declining for the overt politicization of the military workplace, transgender policies, withdrawal from Afghanistan debacle, reduction in physical fitness standards to even the playing field for diversity's sake. So all of the things that we've heard today aren't necessarily the issues of progressivism that are hurting the military. They're in fact what our military members are saying are the issues for which they're losing their trust in their senior leaders. So when they hear a Mark Milley say, well, I want to learn about white rage, you at least get half of the force shutting off and losing trust in their military leadership. Now, he was chairman of the Joint Chiefs when he said it. When the Secretary of Defense says things, there are issues of policy memorandum saying that it was a Supreme Court decision that's hurting our recruiting and readiness, when they themselves have been speaking up for 2 years saying, no, 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 that's not the reason we don't want to stay in the service, then there's a divide that takes place. And it's that divide that I think we've been invited here to talk about. And so that's my answer to that question. I think that's at the heart of the matter, is that ideology divides. It's always divided. And none of the panel members up here seem to have any issue with the idea of naturally occurring diversity, which has been a beautiful and lovely part both of nature and of the blessing of the United States of America. We are naturally a diverse group of people, and it's because we have the freedom to think and speak clearly and share those views, and ideology also shuts that down too. And it's an enforced equality of thought, of expression. It's discriminatory.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thanks, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to thank all of our witnesses for their excellent testimony today, and also for their service to the country, and also members of this committee who served in the uniform as well as in this body. Mr. Seidel, do I have the right? Or General Seidel, I want to look at 3 attacks on politicization or diversity changes, and the thing that I guess people are calling woke. I want to start with women in the military, and of course, women were systematically excluded from the military for a long time, and there's a huge struggle about that. And finally, women were able to enter the armed forces on relatively equal status. I don't know if my friend Mr. Higgins would consider these part of the traditional American soldiers or not, but women have served for a long time in different capacities and now have equality. But if I'm assuming that women in the military want the same rights that women across the country do, and after Donald Trump's gerrymandered Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade and women's right to choose, which was in the law for more than a half century, women across the country have rejected that and have stood up for their full reproductive freedom, including in Kansas, Wisconsin, Michigan, California, Vermont, you name it. Everywhere it's been on the ballot, vast majorities of women and men have supported women's right to choose. So I assume, now I don't have a study on it, but I assume women in the military feel the same way, and that they would want to maintain their right to choose their own reproductive health care. Now, Senator Tuberville interfered with hundreds and hundreds of military promotions for many, many months in order to stop women in the military from having their complete full access to reproductive choice and to health care. Now, who do you think is politicizing the military? Is it Senator Tuberville with his anti-choice agenda, where he wants to dictate to all of the women of the military what their access will be to health care, or is it those women themselves? Are they the ones that are somehow perpetrating a woke agenda by saying that they want to have equal choice? And don't we depend on women in the military these days? Last I saw, it was something like 18 or 20%, even in the Army. So please answer that if you would.
Yes, I would say that Senator Tuberville created political pawns out of those general officers. We have a non-political army, and we're one of the few countries in the history of the world that has never had a military coup d'etat, and it's partly because we are non-political. And yet, Senator Tuberville created political pawns for a policy he disagreed with. I couldn't disagree more with him for doing that and hurting our force and those general and flag officers.
The military also depends on lots of African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans. That's just a reality. You might love it, you might hate it, you might be ambivalent about it, you might just accept it. But in any event, that's the reality, as I understand it. And in any event, the Army decided that it wanted to rename military bases that had been named not after U.S. generals, but after Confederate generals who joined the Confederacy in rebellion against the Union. So, like Fort Benning was renamed after a pro-Union, pro-American general. Fort Gordon was renamed as Fort Eisenhower. Fort Hill was renamed as Fort Walker. And yet, I take it this is part of the big anti-woke arraignment and indictment of the military, that we have renamed military bases after pro-union, pro-American soldiers, generals, people who've been loyal and faithful to the Union, as opposed to those who have opposed the Union and took up arms against the Union in traitorous insurrection. Now, who's politicizing this question? Is it the people who go along with the Army's decision to say that's who our bases should be named after, pro-Americans, or the people who are wanting to stick to the old Confederate battle names? And I'd like you to address that, and also Mr. Lohmeyer, I think you've taken the position against changing the names. Yeah.
Well, remember that the names were changed, Congressman, because this body voted overwhelmingly, overrode the veto of President Trump to create the naming commission, of which I served as vice chair. It was my proudest moment to rename those after true American heroes and not those who chose treason to preserve slavery.
Thank you. And do you agree with that, Mr. Lohmeyer?
I'll say that it's my view that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has politicized the military. As soon as the Supreme Court decision was made, he issued a policy memorandum blaming the Supreme Court's decision to reverse Roe v. Wade on the recruitment.
But I'm asking about the naming. I'm asking about the
naming.
naming. I'm asking about the naming of our military bases. If you don't want to address it, say you don't want to answer it.
Yeah,
but I understand you take
I walked Black Lives Matter Plaza yesterday with a Chinese American.
Yeah, I didn't ask you about that.
No, I'm answering your question. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And she advocated.
Is it okay, Mr. Chairman, if we go over here, because
for leaving those
the witness
signs
wants
up.
to
No, I'd like to answer more than yes or no
We can
questions.
let him answer the question.
Yeah, I can let him answer, because I wasn't quite done yet, but now he's occupying my time. If you want him to answer, that's fine. So yes, about the renaming of the bases after pro-union, pro-American generals.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. I'd like to answer that question in more than just a yes or no format.
Okay.
I walked the Black Lives Matter Plaza yesterday with Xi Van Fleet, Chinese Maoist Cultural Revolution survivor, and I had an interesting conversation with her in which she advocated, I'd never thought about this before. And by the way, I don't address this topic in my book. I wrote about Marxist critical race theory. She said, I'd recommend that once we defeat wokeism, we leave all of the Black Lives Matter paint on the ground and the signs naming the streets. I asked her why. She says, because it's a reminder that once here on the north side of the White House, we had a woke revolution, a Marxist revolution take place, and I agree with that. It's a reminder that there has been such divisive conflict in this enemy before that people were willing to use violent force to hurt one another. I have no problem with the general's efforts.
If I understand you correctly, I'm trying to torture out an answer, but what you're saying is that we should have Army bases named after Confederate generals or Nazi generals, people we've defeated in war. Is that right?
I'm not willing to let you put words in my mouth.
We're about 2 minutes over here, so we're just going to let Mr. Lohmeyer finish, and that's it.
So my point is, this is not an issue in which I've actively been involved. The renaming of bases. I wrote a book about Marxist DEI, Marxist critical race theory. That's my expertise. I have no personal issue with the fact that this gentleman to my left, who honorably served his country, has been a part of a commission to do that. I have personal opinions about why it's wrong-headed and a part of an ideological push, but this is not my issue.
You would not have renamed them, in other words.
Well, we're
Point of order.
2.5 minutes
That's not
over.
something I ever focused on.
All right, I think I got my answer,
It's not
Mr.
something
Chairman.
I've
I'll
ever
yield back to
Go
you.
for Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the witnesses being here today. So, Mr. Lohmeyer, when we look at some of the things that have been said by the gentleman to your left, and don't think I can pronounce your name. I want to pronounce it right.
Sigilly.
Mr. Sigilly, yes, thank you. And I've read your testimony. I'm interested to know your reaction to his positions with regard to the diversification of the military.
Sure.
And DEI.
Thank you. One point that the general made with which I disagree is that diversity is our strength. I don't think there's any evidence for that, but definitions matter. Words matter, and we're losing touch with this. I would reject the notion that diversity is our strength based on DEI definitions of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Merit-based, okay, I'm going to get away from that because if we're trying to find a unity of understanding, let me say this. Skill and performance matter in the military if you'd like to deter conflict and win our nation's wars, period. As a commander in the military, I had a black colonel fly across the country to promote me to lieutenant colonel because I love the hell out of the guy and respect his views on the Federalist Papers, which he was teaching me after work hours, and because he was the best leader I've ever worked with. The best airman that I had working for me, incidentally, was a transgender airman. So don't bullshit me and say that you think you know what you're talking about. You've never served. You don't understand how this works. We care about performance in the military, period. You don't know what you're talking about. Most of the people in this room don't know what they're talking about. We need lethality in the military, period. All of the stuff you guys talk about, the men and women in uniform don't think about. They go play Call of Duty at night after they learn their mission and execute that mission, period. They don't know what you're talking about. They don't know what you're voting on. They don't care about your sexual preference. They don't care what you look like, and they don't care what the person next to them looks like, period. I'm a citizen of this country, and I can dislike you and criticize you all I want here, but our men and women in uniform cannot. And so I speak on their behalf when I say lethality matters, merit-based selection and promotions matter, and your ideology doesn't matter one bit. And we need to identify principles which will preserve our union and preserve the unity of the United States military. If we do not, we'll lose that union. And it's my contest. Whatever Truman did decades ago, you ask your average military service member when Truman was the President of the United States, they can't even tell you. But my point is, they're focused on what's happened since the George Floyd riots. There are things that have happened in the last 3 years in our military that we're up here to testify about, not the things that happened 60 years ago. We're great today because of what we've done for the last half century in the fighting of the Cold War.
And Mr. Lohmeyer, what has happened in the last 3 years that has caused lethality to deteriorate in the military?
There's been an overt politicization of the military workplace and the forcing of trainings that are anti-American, that criticize our founders, that allege that white supremacy is a problem within the military ranks, which has never been proven, and all of that rhetoric that occurred once Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin took office led to a bunch of moaning and bitching and complaining behind closed doors of our service members, and I heard it as a commander. And so I wrote a formal written IG complaint about it that was dismissed by senior leaders because they were afraid of the political and racial climate that we've created in this country. And so they were afraid to hold one another accountable for their politics. Senior leaders. So they're not held accountable for their political worldview, but young people will be held accountable. I'm living evidence and a living example of the fact that the diversity initiatives are discriminatory. I was kicked out for saying I'd like to depoliticize the workplace, not for advocating for Republicanism, or excuse me, small r, Republican, not for advocating for Republican candidates, not for criticizing Democrat candidates. I never publicly advocated for anyone politically, but I was forced out because of viewpoint discrimination. Diversity initiatives are discriminatory, and inclusion initiatives are exclusive of my viewpoint. So, and so I'm living evidence that the politicization of the military workplace in the past several years is discriminatory, and it discriminates specifically against conservatism and Christianity, period.
Mr. Chairman, I want to submit for the record something called Declaration of Military Accountability, an open letter to the American people from signatories of the Declaration of Military Accountability into the record.
So entered.
And then I apologize. I actually had questions for Mr. Tebow and Mr. Sessley as well, but we've run out of time, and I don't think I'm going to get that additional 2.5 minutes that the ranking member got. So I'll yield back.
Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Sedguli, first of all, thank you all for your service to our country. Really do appreciate it.
I'd like to welcome everybody who's here. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. And without objection, we are honored to have the Representative Waltz of Florida wave on to this subcommittee. He's got a lot of military experience. For the purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing, I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. I want to welcome everyone to this hearing before the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs. Today's hearing is the risks of progressive ideologies in the U.S. military. I want to express gratitude for our witnesses for being here. It's my sincere hope that this hearing provides a platform for constructive dialogue on the issues that face today's military. The questions we intend to address today are not just about readiness or the military's personnel system, but how ideological concerns and debates within civil society are imported into and impact the military's ability to recruit, train, and especially operate effectively in a dynamic threat environment. The term wokeness has become a topic of discussion both within and outside military circles, is prompting us to scrutinize how ideological shifts may impact the readiness and effectiveness of the armed forces, as well as how our military is affected once they begin to adapt this kind of woke ideology. Our military is grappling with the Biden administration's social experiments of integrating principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion, or what's referred to as DEI, into their ranks. The Pentagon often failed to recognize the financial burden these priorities place on taxpayers. DEI managers are making over $180,000 a year, which in my mind sends a message in its own right. In fact, the Department of Defense recently requested $114 million for diversity and inclusion initiatives as part of the President's fiscal 2024 budget request. Unbelievable. To be clear, acknowledging the various experiences of our service members may have the potential to enhance our overall strength and resilience as a nation and fighting force. At the end of the day, our differences must yield to what we have in common, a duty to protect the American freedoms we hold dear. I have concerns about how the DEI bureaucracy implements its framework within the military. Not to mention, I think the DEI framework is not something that is even necessarily true. I think it unnecessarily divides people instead building up cohesion. It has the potential to harm unit cohesion and undermine our sailors' effectiveness. Between this and our Secretary of Defense being incapacitated for several days and not telling anyone shows a concern about the seriousness with which the Biden administration leads our armed forces. We need to understand the influence of progressive ideologies on military policy and whether progressive ideologies are even true. We need to understand the extent to which ideological considerations are shaping decision-making processes. Our armed services have long been a bastion of meritocracy, where individuals are promoted based on their skills, competence, and dedication to duty. It's crucial that we examine whether the emphasis on an ideological framework is affecting the core principles of a merit-based military. Furthermore, I think it's important to examine whether this DEI ideology is even factually true or whether it just serves to divide Americans. In today's hearing, we aim to understand the implications of these ideological shifts on military readiness and effectiveness. Our witnesses will provide insight into how these ideologies may influence training, operational procedures, and overall cohesiveness of our military units. This hearing is an examination of how ideological considerations, even well-intentioned ones, erode the fundamental principles that have historically defined our military and ensure unit cohesion and force readiness. I think throughout our history, our military understand that we are fighting for, the greatest country in the world. And I think all of our soldiers and sailors ought to understand that. Our focus is to ensure that our military remains a beacon of excellence while adapting to evolving needs of our nation and threats we face from our adversaries. It's about leveraging the full spectrum of talent within our nation for the cohesive strength of our armed services. Thank you again for appearing here today, and I look forward to the discussions that will unfold in today's hearing. I now recognize Ranking. Okay, I'd like to thank everyone for being here for today's committee. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Perry for pointing out that our military did not lose the war in Vietnam. Just a minor point. It was lost when Congress stopped giving aid to South Vietnam, but our military never did a tremendous job. To me, this is a very important committee and a very important hearing because our military has way too many people or way too much focused on race. And when they talk about diversity, they're not talking about who is musically inclined or who is tall or who came from North Dakota. they're talking about race. The head of the new Joint Chiefs has said that their goal should be 42% white officers, which means, in other words, that if you're the most qualified person, but you're a white guy, you're going to have a tough time, a tougher road to hoe. DEI is a Marxist ideology, and the reason it's Marxist is they want to destroy America and they want to divide America. And one way to divide America is to have everybody not identify as, say, Mr. Lohmeyer himself. They want him to identify, I don't even know what your ethnic background is, Mr. Lohmeyer, comma, Hispanic American, or Mr. Lohmeyer, comma, Native American. And the Marxists realize that once we get that in America, where everybody thinks every election or every promotion is a battle between ethnic groups, we have destroyed America. And that is where we are going. I wish I would have brought up earlier, like I said, that new head of the Joint Chiefs says a goal should be 42% white officers. In other words, she's outright saying that we are going to discriminate against you because you're a white guy. She's outright saying that the person who gets the promotion is not necessarily going to be the best person for the job. And inevitably, it's going to create divisions within the military because it causes people to say, I should be promoted because of my background. Furthermore, this diversity thing, I suppose in some ways diversity is okay, but in other ways, I don't see what it has to do with anything. Okay, if we have two people applying for the Air Force Academy who both grew up in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, lived on the same block, both played on the football team, both played saxophone in the school band, but one of them has a Hispanic grandfather, well, all of a sudden, in order to increase diversity, that's the guy who's got to be promoted first, with the idea that they have diverse backgrounds that would bring something different to the military, because one guy happened to have a grandfather who was born in Mexico 100 years ago is preposterous. But that is the ideology that is being pushed today and will inevitably destroy the military and will inevitably destroy America. So I'd like to thank you three folks for being here. I do not believe that forever, I sure hope Mr. Garcia is not right, forever we're in a position in which we define people by where their great-grandparents come from and believe that if this is not true, but if my grandfather was from Mexico, I don't speak Spanish, I've never been to Mexico in my life, but somehow, therefore, I have a unique viewpoint that I have to be promoted against other people in the military. That's ridiculous, and it's scary, and it's absurd, and I wish more people would say it, and I wish they'd call out people on what exactly they mean by diversity. How because I have an ancestor born in Thailand or something, it makes me a better sergeant. It's just absurd, but that's the ridiculous ideology that's taken over America. Okay, now with that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there are no further business, without objection, I can't believe that people think it matters where my ancestors come from when we promote somebody. But okay, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned. Thank you for all being here.
Chairman, I want to see if we can find some common ground here. Mr. Tebow, I heard you say a little earlier that you support diversity as at least one variable to focus on to either admit in the service academy, admit students in the service academies or officers evolving. Is that officer promotion? Is that right?
What I said, Mr. Goldman, is that I am willing to accept and support diversity as a byproduct of good military policy. It's not something we should, certainly not something we should avoid, but it's not something that the military should cater policies to promote. That should
do you think that diversity of backgrounds is beneficial to the military?
As it relates to a person's ability to do a job in the military, yes, if something doesn't, if a capability doesn't exist in the military and we need someone with a more diverse background to do that job, then yes, it's important. But what I don't think that means is that a person's skin color is relevant to those jobs. You know, in the House Armed Services.
I hear you, and I'm going to just follow up on that. I mean, because I think there's some contextual things that we need to talk about here, because you and Mr. Lohmeyer are talking about merit-based, and focusing on that. But you know, when you look at the history of discrimination in the military, what you have to consider is that everybody does not start from the same place. So Mr. Sedgelay's family, growing up with a general in the military, has advantages in terms of entering the military that someone whose family does not have would not have. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the military was segregated, if non-whites and women were not allowed, if the LGBT community, because of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, were not allowed, you therefore understand how those people from those different groups are not starting at the same place in terms of evaluating, quote, merit-based, right?
But Congressman, I think that's a false binary. The choice is not between discriminate against non-whites and, you know, choose anyone.
I'm not talking about discriminating. I mean, there are only a certain number of people that can be admitted to a class, that can be promoted. And if you're basically saying that you cannot consider anything else other than what you call pure merit, and there's no definition for pure merit, you are necessarily perpetuating discrimination that has occurred for generations. And when you start to see things such as government reviews, the Air Force independent review that said 40% of, in 20 and 21, 40% of Black and African American service members indicated a lack of trust in their chain of command to address racism, bias, and unequal opportunities, you are necessarily not acknowledging, not addressing what is a fundamental problem not only for retention but also for promotion. And if women are leaving the service 28% more because of sexist culture, family planning, or sexual assault, that has to be addressed. That you cannot, I do not believe you are sitting here and saying that it is okay. You mentioned something about you support training on harassment, but if there is implicit or explicit racism or discrimination, you would agree that has no place in the military, right?
Of course.
Okay. There needs to be training because a lot of people don't know what that means, and they often don't know that what they are saying is actually discriminatory. So there needs to actually be training so that everyone from every walk of life in this country can have an opportunity to participate, to represent our country, to be in the military. And the problem that we run into when we try to say purely race-neutral, merit-based, and, you know, again, once again, we're obviously talking about a disproportionate number of white people, primarily, who are in positions of authority, who are elevating people, who are admitting people. If they are not trying to address some of the historical wrongs to give people who have not had that access to the military, to this opportunity, give them that opportunity, then we are just going to perpetuate the historical discrimination forever. So I'm not saying merit doesn't matter. I think it absolutely matters. And I certainly understand Mr. Lohmeyer's point that we do not want to put people who are unprepared in bad situations. But to simply say that diversity should have no impact whatsoever on our military will continue to perpetuate a discrimination that is unfortunately embedded in our military's history. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you much. Mr. Sessions?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This hearing today is being conducted by the National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs to examine how progressive ideologies affect military readiness. There was no conclusion that was drawn. We're asking you. And I want to thank each of you for your service to our country. I find all three of you exceptionally well, not only prepared and well read, but able to defend your positions. I, as a boy, am an Eagle Scout and have stayed very active in scouting. And we have a saying that says something like, leave your campsite better than the way you found it. Each of you have served in the military, and I'm a conservative Republican from Texas. You could figure that out by my voice. But we are concerned about the things that we have heard today, including lethality, the number of people who come and go in the military, the reason why this administration has taken the position it has, up to and including one of my nephews who is an Army Ranger, who was not willing to accept the COVID shot because of his age and the medical feedback. Can you please tell me, are we leaving our campsite better than the way we found it? Any of you?
Mr. Sessions, what we know in the last 2 years is that every branch of the military except the Marine Corps has missed their recruiting goals by a lot for the first time in the all-volunteer force since Vietnam. There's more and more evidence that it's due to the in-seep of a political crisis, a politicization of the military, and the confidence that that gives every American to join a military that is dedicated to American interests and not partisan objectives. And I think that's an indication that things are, in fact, getting worse. And maybe we still are the best military in the world, but let's not wait until we're not to change things.
Well, that's right. That's that leave your campsite better than you found it, sir. Commander?
Congressman,
General?
I'm so proud to serve for 36 years in the Army. I wouldn't have stayed if it hadn't been that way. I have served with armies throughout the world, and it is not even close how much better equipped, better led, better manned, with better political leadership we are than any other Army in the world. So I would tell you that over my career, that the Army is in better shape now than it's ever been, and it's because of the people that serve and the leaders that are there.
Yes, sir, but that's not the question. The question is, are we leaving our campsite better for the future? If we're not meeting our goals of retention, of having people stay in, if we're having to pay extravagant amounts of money for people to talk them into staying, the question was not about your service. The question is your knowledge of the service. Are we leaving our campsite better than what we found?
And Congressman, I would say that in 2022, the Army recruited 45,000. In 2023, it was 55,000. We still have people in the pipeline coming in. So the task force of Army recruiting did a great job of fixing many of those problems, and it looks like it's on the upswing rather than the downswing.
Okay, thank you. I did ask for your professional expertise, and you gave me a solid answer. Commander?
Thank you, Congressman. I recently read that pilot bonuses in our Air Force are up to $600,000.
Me too.
And that's more than double what it was when I was flying F-15s 10 years ago. And a question I have is, and I talked to pilots about this, is why is it that they would choose, despite such an increase in the incentive bonus, to leave, go fly with the airlines, separate, either go into retirement or separate early without their retirement? And I've heard responses like, well, we heard the Air Force spokesperson say we'd like to reduce the number of white pilots from 85% to 67.5%. So my question is that not a quota?
It would be. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add to the record here. Air Force goes on diversity, equity, inclusion, hiring spree. Top pays up to $183,500. I'd like to enter that into the record. I appreciate all three of you for your service. May God be with you, and thank you for keeping us one nation under God. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
As you mentioned, the Department of Defense is requesting another $114 million for DEI initiatives. This is addition to $90 million already dedicated. We mentioned that these DEI professionals are making well into six figures. Is this bureaucracy necessary? Could you comment on it? What do they do?
It's a good question what they do, Mr. Chairman. The problem I have is the policies that result from such a bureaucracy. And there is, like you alluded to in your opening remarks, a lot of well-intentioned training, perhaps some of which is necessary. But what is not necessary are race and sex-based quotas that are prevalent in at least two branches of the military. And if it's a bureaucracy that serves to fulfill those policies that I think do more than simply educate people about bias or promote equal opportunity, but in fact promote a system of race and sex-based discrimination, that's problematic, and they shouldn't be receiving any money. And so we should be thinking about those policies that are more than just the promotion of diversity, but are actually an alteration to the personnel program in the military.
Have you seen people promoted? Not if Mr. Lohmeyer wants to jump in, he can as well. Have you seen people promoted or led into the military academies who are not the most meritorious because of this DEI ideology?
So, I never impugn someone's promotion or their selection. I take, a person that wears a uniform with the integrity that it comes with. But what is problematic is when West Point, for example, has racial goals for every admissions class. And admissions leaders are evaluated whether or not they meet race-based goals. I don't know what the difference is between a goal and a quota. And to me, we should do more to perhaps promote cohesive teams without implementing a personnel system that again alters the nature of how merit defines personnel policy.
Does this ideology create a mindset in which people view themselves as members of a subgroup or identify based upon where their grandparents or great-grandparents were born?
Perhaps. When I was in the Army just a few years ago, we got training on our conduct and how it was unacceptable to harass someone, to harm someone. And it seems there are some examples where there is now training on what you believe and how you've.
Could you get in trouble by boldly pushing an ideology based on merit? Would that be a check against you think, in the military today? Mr. Lohmeyer wrote a book on it.
Yeah. I think he'd be better suited to speak on this. But I know there is. I've heard from a number of friends and folks who want to speak out that there is a pervasive concern about speaking out for the genuine integrity of merit as the foundation for military.
Right. I recently talked to somebody who wanted to leave the military because of this ideology. We'll go to Mr. Lohmeyer. Do you feel promotional decisions are being made primarily on diversity as opposed to pure merit in today's military?
I do not think that promotion decisions are being made writ large based on solely diversity for the purposes of diversity. I think that we've got tremendous leaders in the military overall. I think that we still care a great deal about merit, and that these policies that we're here to discuss today, however, do muddy the waters, and we do establish quotas. And I want to provide one example that Will just commented on that I experienced while I was in command in the Space Force. I had young people, underrepresented groups, that means non-white, coming to me and expressing their dismay and what was the word that the ranking member used? Disappointment, that they could no longer tell themselves. I don't know what their political affiliation was. I don't know what their religious worldview was. I do know what their ethnicity was. And they came to me expressing their disappointment that, hey, look, my entire career, I've been promoted based on my skill, my ability to execute a mission, and I'm not sure moving forward whether or not I'll be able to tell if I was promoted based on the way I look, my accidentals. And I can provide a lot of examples of that kind of thing going on. I can also tell you that we've had a failed pilot training experiment as recently as last year, the American pilot training class. It was in 2021, actually, in which we chose those selected for that pilot training class in Texas based on their gender and their ethnicity, so that we could make the pilot training class look more like the United States of America. That didn't turn out well, and so we should look into that as well. But
Could you quickly say what didn't turn out well?
well, performance suffered, and that's the point. I as an instructor pilot in the T-38, I trained young men and women from our allied partners and from foreign militaries. Like the general here, I served with foreign militaries. I did an exchange to the People's Liberation Army Air Force Academy in Changchun, China, when we still did that. And I'll tell you, we do have the best military on the earth. It's because there's a naturally occurring diversity in the Defense Department especially that we allow in a merit-based selection system, promotion system, and so forth, so that the best can be placed in these various positions that we hope they will use to execute a mission in defense of our country.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witness for being here today. And I do want to make a clarification here. The idea of valuing our natural assets, I don't think is a bad idea, and I think the U.S. is probably behind in that in creating standards. And my understanding is that some foreign entities, even China, are working on international standards that could be used against us, be used against products produced in America. And my first question is, where are we on, and I want to make the distinction between developing standards and using those standards in a nefarious way. So can you tell me where we are on the international stage as far as the U.S. leading on developing standards for valuing our natural assets?
Thank you for the question. My understanding, although the Bureau was not directly involved in the development of this proposal, is that it is an opportunity to participate in an ongoing process that I believe 80 countries globally are developing standards. And so this is an effort by the United States government to coordinate across several agencies to develop these standards in a cohesive manner to support interagency engagement. This is a 15-year phase strategy, and we're very early in the beginning stages of that strategy.
I'm concerned that we're getting behind and we're allowing people who don't have our best interests at heart to develop these standards, where the U.S. has generally been a leader in standards development around the world. Now, with that said, the committee has heard concerns from every corner of the country that the proposed conservation and landscape health rule could be used to restrict currently permitted activities on BLM lands, such as grazing, energy production, and recreation. So how would a national system for natural capital accounting potentially affect conservation leasing as outlined in the proposed conservation and landscape health rule?
Congressman, as I noted, we're relatively early in the development of this strategy. It's a 15-year phase approach, so it is potentially a little early to speculate on how it might be used. But as I noted in my testimony, we welcome opportunities to use better data to understand the value of these assets to inform our decision making.
So in the proposed conservation and landscape health rule, why did BLM decide to allow foreign entities to apply for conservation leases?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. That was a comment we heard loud and clear during the comment period on the proposed rule, and it's one that as we move towards finalizing the rule, we're certainly mindful of and hoping to address as we move forward.
That doesn't really answer why we allowed them to do that in the first place. But in the interest of time, the poster behind me, which is taken from an April 2023 presentation from the Department of the Interior, outlines how natural capital accounting aligns and supports DOI and BLM priorities in the Biden administration, which, that being said, it's ironic with Ms. Hageman's questioning that BLM or DOI had no contact with the SEC or the New York Stock Exchange throughout this process. Can you explain how DOI and BLM will use natural capital accounting to advance your DEI and environmental justice goals?
Again, Congressman, this is a 15-year strategy, so I think it would be early to speculate how, if at all, this might impact land management decisions on the ground at the BLM.
You didn't talk about DEI and environmental justice goals. How are you going to use that?
As I noted in my testimony, the Bureau was not involved in the development of this national strategy, but we look forward to working with our colleagues across government to figure out the appropriate implementation to work within the multiple use and sustained yield mandate provided by Congress.
So this presentation and meeting behind me, you're saying basically didn't happen? If you're not...
I'm here today as a representative of the Bureau of Land Management. I'd have to refer to the Department of the Interior for questions about other agency priorities.
Well, my next question is, how will DOI and BLM use natural capital accounting to advance the America the Beautiful initiative and 30 by 30 goal to lock up 30% of America's lands by 2030?
Again, Congressman, it's early in the development of this national capital accounting strategy, so I hesitate to speculate on how it might be implemented on management on the ground.
So speaking of 30 by 30, Congress has been asking this question for a long time, and I hope we can finally get an answer today for the American people. How much progress has been made towards the 30 by 30 goal so far?
Congressman, at the BLM, we're working hard to support the vision of America the Beautiful that the President's laid out for supporting locally led conservation, for protecting the health of our natural resources, and engaging with communities across the country.
Do you make a distinction between conservation and preservation?
Yes, Congressman.
What is that distinction?
Depends on the context, but certainly there are a variety of definitions we use to help govern our land management in different situations.
I've seen preservation cloaked as conservation many times, and I've got a real problem with that. It's been over 3 years since President Biden took office. When will DOI provide a report on the metrics being used to measure progress and exactly how much land and water has been locked up in the 30 by 30 initiative?
I don't have an answer for you today on that, Congressman, but I'd be happy to take a question and back for the record and get you an answer from the department.
If you could do that, and I'm out of time, but I will submit some more questions for the record, and appreciate you coming over today, and I yield back.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Dr. I can't read your name. Goldfarb? Okay. I have heard two physicians tell me that they feel American medicine peaked out about 7 years ago because of this, in part because of the issues we're talking about today. Do you think that is true? Are we seeing a decline in the quality of medicine?
Thank you for the question. You know, I think what we're definitely seeing is a dramatic change in the character of medical education, which, if it hasn't played out yet in demonstrating a change in the quality of healthcare, it will in the very, very near future. And I think, the issue here is to make sure that we have the highest quality medical workforce that we possibly can have.
And that's no longer what we're emphasizing. Did you say that there is an ideology out there that it's important that, like, people of Asian ancestry have Asian doctors and Native American ancestry have Native American doctors, and that is superior?
Yes, thank you for the question. This is the concept of racial concordance. And what this is really all about is the fact that there are real healthcare disparities in healthcare outcomes. And because of this, medicine, like any field that's enlightened, would seek to improve those kinds of disparities in outcomes. That is not a solution to the problem of disparities, because that's not the basis of healthcare disparities. And Dr. Green here next to me has conducted a study that's clearly shown that racial concordance, there's no evidence in the medical literature that benefits patients.
I want to read, and I'm sorry for somebody's talking over you, but don't give us 5 minutes. So in other words, there's an ideology that says if I'm a Native American, I'd rather have a doctor who maybe got 30 or 40 points lower on the MCATs, but it was a Native American, rather than an Asian doctor who did superior on the MCATs, because is that what that ideology lives to?
Yes, that's basically the
You have to be really a sicko to really think that's the way we should operate our medical schools. That we would want a doctor who hasn't performed as well, but just because of racial reasons. I'd like to meet that person who'd say, I'd rather have somebody with low MCATs treat me because they look like me. I mean, that just, I assume there are a couple people out there like that, but that's just almost beyond belief. Next question. Dr. Smith, there is and I want you to comment on this, there's an ideology here in that what you bring to a job, today we happen to be talking about medical school or education, but it could be anywhere, is colored by where your ancestors come from, right? So if some guy's got a grandmother who was born in Norway and somebody else has a grandmother that was born in Honduras, that colors their world of view, or they'll be different, better or worse, or bring something different to the engineering firm or whatnot. What do you think about this idea that the way you think is determined by ancestors who you may never have met? Maybe the grandmother died before I was born, but still these DEI professionals want to break you out and say you're different.
DEI, undergirded by critical social justice, skirts individuality. It's all about group consciousness. Group consciousness is necessary for this ideology, because if we have individuals, then we have individual people with their own individual lives and histories that cannot be predetermined based on their skin color. So we have to look at somebody as a member of a group and not an individual. That's necessary for this to work. So with your example, it's about race. With other examples, it's about sexual orientation. With other examples, it's about ability. But everybody is a group member and not an individual, and that's the issue.
Right. You must hang around with these people or talk to them. What goes on in their mind? How, for example, they think somebody who's spent their whole life in the United States but had a grandmother from Honduras thinks differently, apparently, than, and I don't know what they do with people who are adopted, because they might not even know where they're from. I guess it's purely a genetic thing. But how do they justify that? Do they really believe that if I have a grandmother from Honduras, I view the whole world differently? Somebody who I've never met, sorry.
Yes.
Just quick answer.
Okay. It's a fabricated ideology based on standpoint epistemology, meaning that based on your race and your experience, you see the world differently than somebody else, even about objective reality.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like now to recognize
Chairman. Dr. Goldfarb, the Association of American Medical Colleges has called for advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion in medical education. How does DEI help medical students become better physicians?
Well, I don't think it does, and thank you for that question. Again, the problem that medicine is trying to correct is this problem of disparate outcomes in healthcare. And the question is, what's the basis for it? Rather than decide that it's an ideological problem and that there's bias on the part of physicians treating patients, the real issue is access to care, and patients getting access to care, and patients accessing care appropriately. But once you decide that the problem is because physicians are biased, then all of this DEI regimen flows from that. And it's very unfortunate because it's wrong, and it's wasteful of time, which is one of the arguments that I tried to portray in my testimony, that we're wasting time in medical school teaching more and more about these issues for which physicians have no agency whatsoever. And it also doesn't benefit the communities in whose disparities we're trying to improve. Those communities need better access to care. They don't need the faculty of a medical school going to anti-bias training.
This seems really dangerous. Harvard's medical school diversity statement says, quote, "We celebrate the multiple dimensions of diversity that each member of our community offers, including but not limited to gender identity." Do you think, Doctor, that celebrating gender dysphoria violates the Hippocratic Oath?
You know, I think gender dysphoria and its treatment has been a terrible problem in this country. In the face of European nations that have now
all, almost as a block, have decided that so-called gender-affirming care has turned out to be more harmful than beneficial and have restricted it substantially. In this country, it's continued to be advocated at the highest levels of American medicine. And I think my organization has been pushing very hard against children being put through these programs. We make no position about adults. That's not our concern. Our concern is saving children who can't possibly consent to this kind of treatment with irreversible outcomes that will influence the rest of their lives. We feel very much that that should not be part of medical education and shouldn't be part of the medical care of children.
And would you say that gender mutilation of children violates the Hippocratic Oath?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I would agree. Transgender surgeries and related medical treatments can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do you think can you talk about the financial incentives to the medical industry to perform those types of surgeries?
Yes, the insurance companies have been paying for this kind of care. The military insurance system has been paying for this sort of care. Our organization has a bill that we're promoting that will help those many children who have decided to detransition and seek medical care for that. And that, unfortunately, there are no billing codes, for example, for that kind of care. So this has become an economic issue as well as a moral and a medical issue as well.
Yeah, I mean, to sum it up, since medical professionals are told not to believe in biological sex, what kind of impact does that have on the medical practice at large?
Well, again, this has been a very contentious and I know very unfortunate area of contention. Our organization, again, focuses very much on the issue about gender care for children. Children cannot possibly understand what they're getting into when they agree to these kinds of treatments. Their parents, unfortunately, have been sort of coerced into this by being told that suicide is the outcome if they don't support their children in their gender transitions. The literature now shows that none of that is correct and that, in fact, these children should be treated with psychological care, and I know there have been hearings in this building before about this. These children need psychotherapy. They do not need surgery.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate what you do. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Owens. Dr. Goldfarb, in our ongoing investigation of higher ed institutions and the increase of anti-Semitism that is on display at Harvard, Penn, MIT, the three schools we had here, but beyond that, throughout colleges and universities, one theme that is very concerning to me is the offices of DEI on these college campuses are inherently anti-Semitic. And I'll give you an example from my alma mater, Harvard. Even prior to the October 7th Hamas attacks against Israel and the failure of Harvard's leadership to protect Jewish students on campus, hundreds of Jewish students reached out to Harvard's Office of DEI, raising concerns about the rise of anti-Semitism, and they did not even receive a single response from the Office of DEI. So can you comment? I know that you've watched as a former dean of Penn's med school, you watch what's happening on that campus, but can you talk to me about how these offices of DEI fuel this increase in anti-Semitism?
Yeah, we've written about it, and Dr. Green here has written about this quite extensively as well. I think the point is that once you start dealing with this identity politics, once you start thinking about people as members of groups, he's pointed out how Jews suddenly become the oppressor simply because of their prominence in these academic institutions. Once identity politics takes over, then one of the natural consequences of it is divisiveness and antagonism between groups, because now we're putting people into these groups. Yascha Mounk has recently written about this in his book, The Identity Trap, and points out, as a man of the left, what a great concern this is for American life. And I think what we're seeing in the anti-Semitism that's really sprung up terribly in the last few months has been the natural outcome of thinking about people as members of a group rather than thinking about people as individuals. And I think in medical school and colleges and undergraduates, that's what we're seeing. I think these students have decided that are parading and demonstrating this anti-Semitic sentiment. They see the Jewish students as members of a group, not as individuals, not as their friends, not as their co-students, but as members of a group. And once you go down that path, this is the consequence of it. This is why it's so divisive in America.
And Dr. Green, would you like to answer the question as well?
Sure. I mean, I agree entirely with Dr. Goldfarb's comments, and just say that we've systematically measured this. I mean, in a study we did of 741 DEI officers, we examined their social media, Twitter feeds, and we observed shocking levels of anti-Semitism coming from people with a professional obligation not to do that. It's as if we studied doctors and found that they were smokers, right? It would be not something you'd expect from people in an occupation. And yet, DEI staff are active promoters of anti-Semitism in their social media feeds, and it's not surprising that they also facilitate it on campus.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to now recognize Ms. Hutchin from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the witnesses for being here to testify before us today. I'm especially interested in the testimony provided by Dr. Goldfarb on the impact you've seen at medical schools. As you probably know or may know, Indiana University in my state has the largest medical school in the country. So this issue is particularly close to home for me. Dr. Goldfarb, you describe how DEI has caused medical schools to focus on political advocacy instead of healthcare outcomes. Are there specific examples you could give us from your time at UPenn that illustrates that point?
So I'm now out of UPenn for several years, and so I can't really speak to exactly what's going on there. But what we've seen is just around the nation, increasingly detailed kinds of programs, courses in advocacy, for example. I mean, this is one of my favorite topics, is training physicians to be advocates for all of these political activities. And there's no question that the point of this is to create individuals who use the authoritative aspects of being physicians to argue for political causes and political approaches. And our organization has gathered lists, and I have lists here that I can provide you, of multiple kinds of examples of courses, seminars, letters in applications that require students to explain how they're going to implement these kinds of political activities in their careers as medical students and then as physicians.
So I want to focus on a little bit of your comments. You said what had been a traditional approach focused on clinical science and aimed at developing medical leaders was being readied for transformation into a far greater emphasis on community involvement and concern for social issues. You have said that American academic medical centers have been the engines of advances in the treatment and cures of diseases. What will this new emphasis on social issues do to research and science in the treatment and cures of diseases?
Yeah, I think one of the most peculiar and really unfortunate developments in all this has been the idea that diversity in research labs is a requirement for successful performance of scientific research. And this is just absurd, really. What we need in the scientific laboratories are the most qualified, the most creative, the most talented individuals, and it's an incredibly competitive area. The NIH funds something on the order of 15% of the investigator-initiated grants. And to say that labs need to then demonstrate that they're diverse is without real merit, without evidence that that will do anything to improve the scientific quality, and much more likely to reduce the scientific quality because the expenditure of energy, funds, and time in order to create some sort of diverse environment in the laboratory.
Thank you. And a couple of things I want to note, too. You've said medical schools around the country are adopting an approach that seems to echo the curriculum of schools of social work. And in the K through 12 education, in the judiciary, all of these places, we are really, and including in medical academia, we're really trending into an area where, in your own words, physicians have not the agency to address some of these issues. We see social and emotional learning, diversity, equity, and inclusion, critical race theory. You wrote a significant op-ed, Take 2 aspirin and call me by my pronouns, and that has turned to some calling you an activist. When you were in medical school, did you ever think you would be considering yourself an activist for advocating for things like rigor in science?
No, this has been surprising to me and certainly to my family and my friends that I've ended up doing this. But, you know, as I said in my testimony, I really care deeply about medicine and about medical care and about the care patients received. I think in my career, I've thought it to be a wonderful experience, and patients were treated wonderfully, irrespective of what they look like. And my great concern is that that's going to change. That's starting to change now, and that's really why I've decided to pursue this course.
And you note finally, too, that there are concerns that you share that this type of political and philosophical theory really will drive division and poison the American experience. And you quote Ibram Kendi saying, past discrimination can only be remedied by present discrimination can only be remedied by future discrimination. I don't want to see us in a world where we are driven by discrimination, and that unfortunately feels like that's the direction the left wants to take us. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like now to recognize my friend from New York. I'd like now to recognize my friend from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what Dr. Murphy said a few moments ago. He said it's hard to say why DEI offices exist. I certainly agree with that. And yet, in his 2021 report, Diversity University, DEI Bloat in the Academy, Dr. Green found that large public universities average about 45 DEI personnel, ranging from Stanford University with 80, Virginia Tech with 83, Ohio State with 94, University of Virginia in my district 94, and then the biggest one that I noted, Michigan, University of Michigan with 163. So Dr. Green, in your testimony, you cite the millions of dollars that various universities spend on DEI offices, and you state that there is indeed, quote, nothing to show for these expenditures. Can you elaborate on that, what you mean by that there's nothing to show for these expenditures?
Sure. So we've heard claims that DEI is meant to make students feel included, improve retention and graduation, but we haven't heard any evidence of that. And there's a reason for it. I don't believe that evidence exists. And in fact, the systematic evidence that I've collected is that that campus climate is no better on campuses, in fact is worse, according to student surveys, at universities with larger DEI bureaucracies, and anti-Semitism is associated with DEI bureaucracies as well. So millions of dollars are being spent, and it's actually exacerbating group tension, not helping.
Yeah, so if you had let's say an average of 100 on a college campus, just for round numbers, and the average cost, full benefit package is $200,000, that's $20 million a year. Where's all that money? You don't find any evidence that's actually benefiting in any measurable way, is what you're saying. But go ahead.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Well, but DEI offices do serve to divide, discriminate, and differentiate how people are treated based on race. And this is 60 years after the Civil Rights Act, 57 years after the first black Supreme Court justice, with 2 others who followed behind are still in the court today, 16 years after our country elected the first black president, and now 3 years after our nation elected our first minority vice president. But as you noted, the DEI jobs on college campuses are not low-paying jobs, are they? Matter of fact, at the University of Virginia in my district, the vice president for DEI and community partnerships makes $340,000. At University of Virginia, $340,000, double that of a member of Congress, and I realize most people think that we're overpaid, but it's also double the average of a university professor at UVA, which is about $175,000. Is there any way you could justify that or explain why we would pay the head of DEI double what we pay a college professor at UVA or a school like that?
No, I don't think there's any justification for it. This is money being wasted, and in fact, money that's hurting the legitimate purposes of higher education.
And you've already noted that you've seen no measurable performance metrics that demonstrate the difference that it's making, other than perhaps the jobs program for the individuals that are in those DEI offices.
I think that's right.
Yeah. So again, DEI offices do create and perpetuate high-paying job opportunities with little in the way of meaningful performance measurements other than to continue to perpetuate racial division for woke liberals who believe our country's irretrievably and systemically racist. And I would again argue that the jobs program for these individuals does not justify their existence. To make matters worse, by the way, on who is hired into these jobs, the Assistant VP for Equity and Inclusion Excellence at, again, University of Virginia in my district, was recently seen on a video discussing how people, including white people, are, quote, dying of whiteness and dying prematurely in their 20s. Clearly, that sentiment, I guess, justifies her exorbitant salary. But thankfully, Mr. Chairman, we have a Supreme Court that is beginning to dismantle the mythical need to continue to treat people differently based on race, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first would like to associate myself with the comments and concerns of my colleague across the aisle, Representative Manning, particularly in the correlation between anti-Semitism that's rising on our university campuses and the chilling participation of the DEI offices in their failure to look out for all students and often seem to be a facilitator or protector of anti-Semitism as it grows and expands on our campuses. Dr. Goldfarb, are you still at the University of Pennsylvania?
No, I'm retired now, sir.
Was your decision to retire from UPenn related at all to perhaps the reaction of your being outspoken on this topic? Would you say that that created an environment that made retirement a bit more attractive?
Well, it was time to retire. However, I certainly did receive an unfortunate sort of canceling. My name was taken off the website at the University of Pennsylvania. My name was taken out of the history of one of the kidney division, which I was once the co-director. So I did receive the opprobrium of my colleagues over my activities.
And this was because of medical malpractice? I mean, because of something you did wrong in the practice or teaching of medicine?
No, sir. This was because of my political ideas or my general ideas about medicine and healthcare and medical education.
That is disappointing and shocking to hear, and I'm sorry that you had that conclusion to a very distinguished career. You comment pretty broadly about medical schools and the application process. I want to expand that a little bit. Would you say that the effects of DEI, as you described them, the harmful effects of DEI, are limited just to medical school application boards or admission boards? Or is there a broader issue, with, maybe it's accreditation, maybe it's, medical associations or other interest groups and professional groups around medicine? Is DEI just on the campus, or does it have a broader impact?
No, certainly it has had a very broad impact. American medicine, for reasons that are peculiar at best, has decided that it's been a profoundly racist activity without evidence really for that. I think this all started in earnest when George Floyd was killed, and it's really blossomed, if you will, since then. And more organizations have taken up this cry that they need to purge themselves of what's been a traditional focus on meritocracy and focus very much on the issue of diversity. Diversity is fine. It's just that we have to worry about patient welfare. That's our main concern as physicians, and not the benefit of the practice of medicine and the benefit of people who practice medicine, but on patients. And unfortunately, that requires focusing on allowing the best and brightest individuals to be the ones who practice medicine.
Have you had other doctors talk to you about your experience, being shown the door, or at least being erased from the history of UPenn? Has it chilled other people in the medical practice and the medical profession from speaking out on this meritocracy or speaking in defense or support of meritocracy? Have you had you don't have to name names, but you had private conversations that this has had a ripple effect, even for people not brave enough like yourself to speak out?
I don't know how brave I am, but I must say that we have 7,000 members in our organization, and every day we're hearing from individuals who have expressed their concerns about what they've seen happening in medicine, their concerns about the quality of the individuals who are coming into medicine and the quality of education that's going on in medicine. So this is an ongoing, real phenomenon in medicine.
Do you know of anyone that got into medicine because they were more concerned about equity than they were about helping people? Do you find that a common theme? It seems like most doctors I know want to help people, but maybe this has blossomed into another reason to enter the medical profession.
No, I think there's a desire, and it's been an overt desire to train medical students as social workers and to have that aspect of their work. Those issues are very important, but we have social workers who actually perform those tasks, and they are the ones who should be performing those very important tasks, not the physicians who need to focus on the care of the patients and their medical problems.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to now recognize my friend from Washington.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, I'm really puzzled about how a university with such a prestigious reputation, such immense resources, and with such a storied history arrived at such a dissolute and depraved place. It's very stunning. Just to address these questions to the board members, in the last 20 years, have there been Columbia professors or students who have been forced to retire or leave the university because of denouncements by fellow staff members or accusations by students, pressures from outside groups?
I've been on the board. This is my 6th year on the board, but I don't recall actions of that nature happening.
Ms. Shipman?
Yeah, I've been on the board 10 years, and neither do I.
Professor Serban, you don't recall his leaving, believes that the university was communist, was his words. You don't recall that?
No.
Professor Shizer, you've been there some years. Are you aware, publicly or privately, that any of your colleagues have left the university either because they believe their beliefs aren't welcome or because they feel like they have no upward mobility because of their beliefs?
I'm not remembering a case like that, sir.
So no one's come to you privately and said, hey, Columbia's not the place for me. This is hostile because of I'm a conservative, or I'm Jewish, or I hold any beliefs that seem to be contrary to the university.
So look, I'm a conservative at Columbia Law School. I was dean for 10 years. Place has been good to me.
Are there a lot of people like you? Or are you afraid to speak out?
But I do want to say that I am not the norm, and I'd love more conservatives.
So how much investment, again to the board members, how much investment has Columbia received by foreign governments, their donors, or significant donations from foreign individuals from countries like China, Qatar, Saudi Arabia? I know that the committee's asked for that information. Do you have that number for us today?
I don't have that number to hand.
Are you aware of significant donations from any of those locations to the university in your tenure in 6 years?
I'm aware that we receive funds from at least some of those countries.
Which ones specifically?
I don't remember all the ones you mentioned. Did you mention China, sir?
I did.
Okay. China sends many students to Columbia University, and my understanding is the state pays their tuition.
President Shafiq, are faculty and staff required to sign DEI statements to be employed or to continue their employment at Columbia?
No.
They're not required to provide DEI statements. I'm pretty sure that's part of your employment process, isn't that right?
No, I think some departments ask faculty to talk about what they bring that's different to that department or to that role. And that's an optional thing that they can add to an employment.
It's optional, and if you refuse to, then it has no bearing on your hiring at the school? Is that really what you're saying?
Frankly, I think it depends on the needs of that particular department. You know, if the math department or the biology department or the neuroscience department has issues around, they're missing certain perspectives on their faculty, they might pay more attention to it, others might not. I think it's very much dependent on
So the
what are
DEI
skills
policy at
missing.
Columbia doesn't require statements from faculty administrators in order as part of their HR process. That's what you're saying?
We don't have a central DEI office at Columbia. We have schools and faculties who think about what are the different perspectives that they've got on their faculty, and then they make choices about what's missing in terms of perspectives, backgrounds, skills that are needed for the faculty, and that they have people who are working on those issues at the school and departmental level.
Personally, I think that you're in deep denial about the culture at Columbia in terms of the actual openness to views that differ from the culture of the school, where your money comes from, the disruption of classes, and the DEI statements. I just want to enter into the record, Madam Chairwoman, a webpage from the U.S. Holocaust Museum website that describes the Nazi takeover of German universities in the 1930s. And frankly, I see the parallels as striking. It's entitled German Universities in the Nazi Regime, something like that. And it really talks about that there were denouncements of professors for views that weren't consistent. It talks about the influence of outside groups, particularly money. It's where statements of loyalty were required in order to continue at the university, and that the teaching quality dropped significantly because politics and adherence to politics triumphed over
Thank you, Mr.
adherence
Williams.
to
Without objection, what you're requesting will be placed in the record.
academic excellence. Thank you. I yield.
Mr. Moran, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask make a unanimous request to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
One of the topics going around America today and around this institution is what is wrong with DEI. I bring your attention to an article in the Washington Times last week, earlier this week, in which they pointed out that America's colleges and universities are sometimes having voluntary, separate graduation ceremonies depending upon race or sex. The only purpose for this is to put it in people's heads that forever they should be divisive and they're not 100% American, but they should always consider themselves Hispanic American or Asian American or what have you. We see the same thing in America's large corporations, where our grossly overpaid CEOs are hiring these people to divide people once they go out in the working world. I call upon the regents, the state legislators, the boards of directors to take action and get rid of this occupation in their midst, the sole purpose of which is to permanently divide Americans. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back.
Senator King, Senator Tuberville, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for both of you for your service. I'm worried more about our people. You know, I came from a team-oriented background, and we're going to have the weapons. We're borrowing $80,000 a second right now to pay for all those weapons, so I don't know what our kids are going to have to do in the future, but we need to protect us, our country, and our allies. But I'm very concerned about the people that are within our military. I've had a chance to go to bases all over, in country and out of country, all over the world. And I try to ask for a kind of a group session with officers and non-commissioned officers and talk to them. A lot of good things, a lot of things that are not so good. A lot of them concerned in the last few years about some of their fellow service members that didn't make the cut because they didn't take the vaccine. Secretary Wormuth, we lost 1,861 service members and 200 people that basically were mechanics in the military. Or did we have a backup plan for that, especially for the mechanics that we lost, that we very desperately need in times like this?
Senator, I think, again,
one way we try to deal with shortfalls in any particular MOS is to increase our recruiting in that area. You know, obviously, none of us anticipated the pandemic. None of us anticipated many of the different effects, but the percentage of soldiers who were released from the Army because they didn't take the COVID vaccine was very, very small out of our formation.
Yeah, well, 2,000 people is a lot of people as we look at it today in recruiting. And I think it's important. We need to look at our shortfalls when it comes to that. Also talk to a lot of our service members that are out of the military as we speak. A lot of special ops, a lot of Rangers. A lot of them are very disgruntled about the things that they were being taught at the end of their service. DEI. If I had to use DEI when I was coaching, I'd have been fired a long time ago. I don't think you can run a military off of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think you do it with the best, the meanest, the people that we need to train to fight to defend this country. What's your thoughts on that, General George?
Senator, I would
be honest about this now.
Yeah,
we're in trouble.
I will tell you, and you can ask any of the formation we go out and I'm talking to them. We're focused on building warfighting, increasing lethality in our units, and building cohesive teams. So as you know from being a coach, when you're bringing everybody together too, you also we got people coming from all over the country. So I've been talking about building cohesive teams since I was a brand new private, when I was instructed on that, coming right out, all the way of being a leader. So I think that those are the two things that we're focused on. It's obviously different in every form, in different formations that I've been in different levels, but that's what we need to be focused on.
Yeah, and you're finding out that it's hard to bring people from different backgrounds, to put them together to make them mesh as a unit, as a team, and their lives are at stake. It's not a football player, playing to win or lose a game. It's their loss in the military is losing their life, and I just want to make sure we live in a dangerous world, as we all know. I think that I would love to be giving y'all this $100 billion that we're getting ready to send overseas to our military, to the people, to try to get more people in the military. I think we need to look more at us than we do at other people. I can understand why we're doing this, but I think we're going to have shortfalls in the long run when it comes to that. General, are we taking illegals into our military, in the Army?
I think what we're taking it, you have to be a legal permanent resident or a resident of our country to enlist in the Army, Senator.
Do you know, Mr. Secretary, are we taking illegals in the Army?
As the chief said, you have to be a lawful permanent resident or a resident of the United States to join the military.
Resident or a citizen?
Lawful permanent. I'm not the State Department, but lawful permanent resident, I think, is a immigration status that is not full citizenship, but it is certainly not an undocumented person.
Yeah. Well, I would just hope that we would take people that love this country. I know there's probably a lot of people come across the border that's going to end up loving our country. I can understand that, but having people that really understand what that flag means is pretty important in our military. So I would hope that we would really consider the options, if it came down to that. So thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Senator Tocqueville. Senator Kane, please.
Mr. Banks, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Acting Secretary Sue, your proposed apprenticeship rule cites the Advisory Committee on Apprenticeships' recommendations to justify its DEI policies, which say that some apprenticeship sponsors are, quote, actively hostile to hiring minorities. Can you explain what that means, and do you agree that some registered apprenticeship programs are managed by racists? And if so, who are they?
So, Congressman, I believe that we have the opportunity in this country at this time, given the unprecedented investments that are being made in American industry, in American jobs, in what the president says all the time, we should be able to make things here, right? We invented semiconductors, and there's no reason why we can't be the ones to manufacture them.
I understand. I understand all that, but the committee's justification for the rule specifically says, quote, that some apprenticeship sponsors are actively hostile to hiring minorities. Does that mean that there are racist apprenticeship programs in our country?
Well, so I don't know specifically the quote that you're reading from, but let me just say
It comes from
that
the recommendations for the rules from your department.
because of the opportunities that are being created right now, I think that there is no reason why we should not be able to tap into the full talent and ability and promise of every single American in every single community.
Fine.
And part
but
of what has
who
held
are-
people
what
back
are
from
the
that, though,
racist
right.
apprenticeship programs that we're talking
Well,
about?
part of what has held people back from being able to
Ma'am,
participate fully in American life and take advantage of the opportunities that should
I
be
understand.
available to everybody
well, can you-
is discrimination.
It's a simple question. Are there, what are the racist apprenticeship programs in our country that you're referring to?
Well, I think that what we should be doing is both making sure that opportunity is broadly shared and our investments
I take it
should.
you don't want to answer that question, so I'll move on. The recommendations also say that registered apprenticeships have been, quote, the domain of white, able-bodied men. That's a direct quote from the recommendation from the committee in your department. Do you agree with that comment?
I don't know what you're reading from, Congressman. What I believe is that
I'm
everybody.
reading from the Advisory Committee on Apprenticeships biannual report to the Secretary of Labor, dated May 10, 2023, page 14, that is the justification for the rule, the new apprenticeship rule that justifies forcing DEI programs and mandates on apprenticeship programs. So I'm reading directly from something that comes from your department, and I'm asking if you agree with it. Do you agree with this statement that apprenticeships have been the, quote, domain of white, able-bodied men? Do you agree with that?
Sir, it sounds like you're reading from a report that was submitted to me.
That you've quoted and used to justify the DEI programs and the rule. I mean, this is all coming from your department. I'm just asking if you agree. If you don't agree with this, say you don't agree with it.
What I believe, Senator, Congressman, is that we are a country.
I take it you don't want to
in
answer
which-
the question. Let me ask you this a different way. Is having fewer white men in apprenticeships the goal of all of the DEI provisions in the proposed rule?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is having fewer white men in apprenticeships the goal of the proposed DEI rules and mandates in the rule? Is that the goal, to have fewer white men in
Absolutely
apprenticeships?
not.
Okay. Will the department punish states that don't meet the proposed rules' racial quotas?
Congressman.
I have a good reason for asking that, because the proposed section 29.27B2 would require states to submit a strategic plan for increasing participation from underserved communities that include the current participation by each race and demographic group, and set specific targets for increasing participation for each race. So can you explain to me how that would you or wouldn't you punish states that don't meet that and those racial quotas for apprenticeships?
I mean, Congressman, we have never gone wrong in this country when we have expanded opportunity to more individuals, to more communities, and to make sure that everybody gets to
punish
participate.
States like Indiana that don't meet that mandate.
I don't even know what punitive scheme you are talking about. When we engage with employers, with workforce boards, with unions, with community-based organizations, these are all the stakeholders that I regularly engage with when I travel the country to talk about how we're going to help meet the workforce needs of employers and the desire to work of Americans of all communities, urban and rural, of all colors, women, individuals with disabilities, veterans. Our apprenticeship programs and our investments
I
are meant
suggest
to
that you
open up opportunity.
read your own rule, your justification behind it. It's very offensive, I believe dangerous and un-American. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you for such a quick answer, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding the hearing.
Ladies, time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Highland, it's good to see you here today. Your written testimony highlights the facts that the department is the steward of 20% of America's land, and in that capacity serves critical roles for the nation, including generating jobs, supporting local economic growth, and managing important national and cultural resources. Now, as a business owner myself, I like to think of your budget kind of like as a Bible. I think it speaks volumes about your values, you know, the good, the bad, and even the ugly. And while it may not always be pretty to look at how we prioritize our spending, I do think it says a lot about who we are. And in any budget, just like in any business, there will be things that we agree on and things that we don't. And that's okay. But frankly, as part of my job here, both in traveling across my district and across this country, as part of this committee, I get the privilege, much like you, of listening to people and hearing what is working, what they like, and a lot more times what they don't like. So in your budget, I'm also seeing some things that are concerning. Your written testimony also devotes a significant amount of space to promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion. And this is both for underserved communities and employees at the department as part of its ongoing equity action plan. The department's budget calls for a number of program budget increases among various bureaus to achieve its goal related to the equity action plan, which is, my understanding, just was recently updated. To start, Madam Secretary, I would like to clarify, just a simple yes or no would be good. The department does require its employees to abide by all federal laws regarding equal employment, civil rights, and anti-discrimination practices, correct?
Yes, we follow all the laws, Congressman.
Okay, good. We got that straight. So the mission of the department is to protect and manage the nation's natural resources and cultural heritage, provides scientific and other information about these resources, and honors its trust, responsibilities, or special commitments to American Indians, Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiians, and affiliated island communities. Now, I don't see anything in the mission statement about DEI or even environmental justice, which I know you're going to tell me is a direct order from President Biden because of his executive order. But let's get back to the budget, because to me, that's where the rubber meets the road. We need to be talking about priorities here. At the same time, you're endorsing a budget that asks for millions of dollars to require staff to do more DEI training. You'll also sign off on a blanket lease to house migrants on parkland in New York City and not worry about the impact that could have on the park employees there. Am I correct with that?
Congressman, you are correct that there is a contract
Thank you.
between...
And just for the record, the community surrounding the Floyd benefit field area using CEQ's own screening tool has a number of both environmental and social justice issues, none of which seemed to be a concern for the department in practice when it came to waiving environmental standards and signing a lease. You know, instead of increasing programming for DEI classes for staff, while at the same time complaining that you need more money to hire staff, there are times in life when we need to figure out how to prioritize. And Madam Secretary, I say that because of this. We're in high inflation right now. As a matter of fact, we're going to stagflation. And your department is directly responsible for not issuing leases for offshore drilling right now. And that can provide 15% of the oil that's needed. You're also dragging your feet on LNG permits to the point where the DOE had to pause LNG. So you're not only harming Americans, you're harming our allies. And you're also emboldening Russia, who is our enemy, who is going to be selling that LNG to Europe. And you're also emboldening Iran, which was held to 400,000 barrels a day, and now they're producing over 3 million barrels a day to sell it, where we should be doing that and have our own energy independent. With that, I don't think I have time to yield to you, Mr. I'll yield 30 seconds.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, what percentage of the Biden administration's policies are responsible for the record gas and oil development that you mentioned earlier?
I'm not sure I understand the exact question.
How many oil and gas leases will be held in the Gulf of Mexico fiscal year 24-25?
There will be 3.
3. Do you think that's adequate?
Congressman, we're following the law, and I will just say we're following the law, and we're having 3.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yield.
You didn't issue any. You're not planning on issuing any this year.
Point of
You
order,
didn't.
Mr. Chairman. There's no time to yield. Who are we yielding? What's going on here?
I've been gracious with people's times. I'll keep that in mind when you go, Mr. Huffman.
I counted the
gentleman-
56 extra
the
seconds.
You're
gentleman-
being sued because you didn't issue leases now. And we had a hearing here earlier to where somebody representing you said that they weren't going to issue any leases this year, and probably not next year as well.
The gentleman's time has expired.
With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
That question can hopefully be answered for the record. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Do you believe that the obsession that the political leadership has right now with DEI has helped or hurt recruiting efforts?
No, sir. I don't think DEI has hurt recruiting efforts at all.
You don't?
No, sir.
You don't think it plays any factor at all?
No, sir.
You don't think your obsession with race essentialism and immutable characteristics turns off a lot of people?
I'm not obsessed with any of that, Senator. When have you, on the record, heard me say anything to that effect?
Well, no, it's in your materials.
What
Your
materials?
DEI 101 materials and the indoctrination that you're putting through this cultural Marxism. You don't believe that it has
I'm not
any impact?
indoctrinating anybody,
Okay.
Senator.
Secretary, I want to read to you from your materials what allyship is. Allyship is to take intentional actions such as listening, learning, and uplifting those who may be disadvantaged to ensure all voices are heard and respected. Being an authentic ally is to form genuine relationships, to advocate for fair treatment, and increase feelings of inclusion and belonging for all. Do you believe
Don't
that
you want all the members of your team to feel like they're included?
Well, I have a question. Do you believe that you were an ally for the 1,878 soldiers who were fired, or the 3,746 Marines who were fired for not taking the COVID shot? Were you an ally for them?
Sir, I followed the laws. They disobeyed
Or did
the
they
law.
feel included?
They disobeyed a law.
They were fired.
They were fired because they disobeyed
Do you
the
regret
law.
that? Do you regret that?
Currently existed. I have no regrets.
You have
whatsoever.
recruitment challenges. You
know what,
refuse
Senator?
You refuse to admit that DEI is a part of this. You're firing qualified people who are well trained, and you sit here so smugly to act like none of that has any impact on the readiness of our Navy.
Senator, we recontacted 3,500 of the 4,800 people who were fired. You know how many actually decided to come back to the Navy? in
How
the
many?
Court? 2.
Shocker.
2.
Shocker at the level of disrespect they receive from their government.
Excuse me,
Shocker.
gentleman, Senator.
Not because they didn't
Senator,
want to take the COVID test.
please
Disgusting.
ask a question and
Yeah,
Mr. Secretary
thank
respond.
you. General Smith, I understand that on May 3rd, 2 individuals were detained by gate guards after lying to gate guards and then trying to forcibly bypass security checks. Now, anonymous sources are reporting that one of the detained individuals was a Jordanian national who recently crossed the U.S. southern border. Also, one of the 2 is on the terror watch list. What do you know? What have you been briefed by ICE on this?
Senator, I'm not familiar with that. I can get back to you on it after I check with NCIS.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Senator
Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Manchin.
I do have one more question before we, thank you. I have some time remaining. I do want to, Secretary Del Toro, I do want to understand, based on your previous conversations, I really do have to get you on the record. Do you believe that climate change is a bigger threat to the American people than Communist China's ambitions?
They're different.
No, but I'm asking you to weigh them. We all make decisions. We're weighing
I'm not
them.
going to weigh them. One impacts the other.
So
in
you
different
can't
ways.
sit here and tell us that Chinese communist ambitions are more dangerous to the American people
Senator, I
than
don't
you.
think you've been following all the things that I've been doing since day
I'm
one. to
asking
deter-
you a question.
Senator
How to
Smith,
deter China.
excuse me.
I'm asking you a
If
question.
ask the question, the Secretary will respond, and then I think you yield your time, and
I just have a couple more seconds because I had about a minute and a half left.
This is not an argument, it's a question and answer.
That's fine. I'm asking a question. Do you believe that climate change is a bigger threat to the American people than a nuclear holocaust?
Of course not.
Okay. Well, thank you for actually being so
Bomb being
courageous.
dropped? I
Thank
mean,
you. I just have to say that your comments about this, hold on, I'm finished. Your comments about this, Teddy Roosevelt and Admiral Nimitz would be rolling in their grave the way that you equivocate on this
No,
stuff.
actually, Admiral Nimitz cared
Mr.
deeply
Secretary.
about installation readiness, actually.
Climate
And
change, he was a big climate alarmist.
It wasn't as big a problem then as
Okay.
it is now.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Stritt, but I think it's appropriate right now, to make a point that this committee has operated.
Last thing I'll mention is that the Milcon VA bill, has been noted, is on the floor. First appropriations bill of FY 2025. It fully funds veterans' health care and benefits programs. It bolsters our national security at a very important time. Refocuses the executive branch by prohibiting enforcement of woke DEI policies and the use of funds on promoting critical race theory. Protects the Second Amendment rights of veterans. Prevents taxpayer dollars from being used for abortions, and all the commitments that the American people expect us to maintain here will do. But yesterday, the White House said, no surprise, it'll veto the legislation. Sends a terrible signal to our nation's allies and to our adversaries. The president's push toward radical and woke policies is continuing threat to our national security. We shouldn't be using the military for this, and everybody knows it. His agenda is changing the focus of the military. It is undermining our readiness, and it's rejecting the promises made to our veterans. We need the president to reverse course on this because we've got to prioritize America's strength and safety. It may never have been important. It certainly hasn't been more important to do that in any previous time in our lifetime. And this is the stakes couldn't be higher.
And now recognize the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Bienvenu, how much do you invest each year on behalf of how many of your members?
We manage a $500 billion portfolio on behalf of our 2.2 million members and beneficiaries.
And you've highlighted your principal responsibility is return for those beneficiaries, right?
Correct. Everything that we do every day is about generating returns to pay benefits.
And you've worked there 20 years. You've been the principal deputy since 2020, right?
I was named the Deputy Chief Investment Officer in August of 2020, or I'm sorry, in April of 2020.
Okay, great. And so I think there's some parallels between what's going on with ESG and DEI. You don't deny that CalPERS has a DEI agenda, right?
CalPERS is all about generating returns to pay benefits, and every topic that we approach is through that lens.
Well, does DEI improve the returns to your investors?
I think part of good governance of a company is having diverse perspectives brought to bear as they manage that company, and I feel strongly about that for the investment team that I lead also. We want diverse perspectives.
And what is the evidence that you rely on for the belief that the DEI agenda will produce better returns? Is there any study, report, analysis?
You know, as an investor, I read research reports constantly. I probably read 5, 6, 8 of them a day. So over the course of my career, that's probably been thousands.
I know, I'm just wondering, is there one that kind of sticks out in your mind? You can say, Congressman, I'm here to do good by these 2.2 million beneficiaries, and my embrace of DEI, this is what I can point to as the evidence that's helping them.
Every data-based study can tell lots of different things, and every data works that way. That's the way investing works. And remember that when we're focused on investing, we're focused on how we...
Mr. Bienvenu, you can either cite a study or you can't. You can't, right?
Okay. In the thousands of studies that I...
Just name one. Okay, well, here's what. I found a study that actually CalPERS did. You guys did this study. It's entitled Emerging Diverse Manager Data Report. And I'm citing from I'm citing from the 6th page of report where it says, since inception, current diverse managers generally underperformed non-diverse managers in the asset class in the policy benchmark. Are you familiar with this report?
Can I see a copy of that study, please?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the Emerging Diverse Manager Report published by CalPERS.
Without objection.
I'm not able to show it to you now, but you don't have any basis to disagree with the agency you've been a part of leading, saying that the DEI hires aren't doing as well as the non-DEI hires.
As I say, when we think about diversity, we think about diverse perspectives being brought to bear on investment decisions.
Right, but okay, so those are two different things, Mr. Bienvenu, because on one hand, there's provide returns for my investors, and what your own data says is that your DEI hires underperform there. And then on the other hand, you say, well, all these diverse perspectives are really important. But I worry about the market manipulation and the bullying, because as I review what CalPERS has put out under its own investment guidelines, you brag about the fact that you voted against 768 directors at the companies you invest in most recently, and then in the prior year, you'd only voted against 133 directors. So is CalPERS voting against people as directors for companies based on their skin color?
We take up every vote independently based on the merits of the vote itself.
Right, but do you ever consider like someone's skin color? Because it's pretty immutable. People don't choose to be white or black or Asian. They just are.
We choose based on what will make the best oversight.
You're under
for
oath
that
here,
company.
Mr. Bienvenu. Can you deny under oath that CalPERS is voting against directors based on the color of their skin?
I can tell you we make every vote based on what will make that the best board for oversight of that company.
Right, but the best board is actually not doing so well. So, Mr. Chairman, let's look at the scorecard. In the state of Florida, where we aren't pushing ESG and DEI, the Florida retirement system is netting a 7.5% notch for the fiscal year. May I enter that into the record?
Without objection.
And CalPERS reports only 5.8% for 2022 to 2023. Can I enter that into the record as well?
Without objection.
So you're not performing as well. Your own data says that your DEI hires aren't performing as well. And you were there for 20 years, and you applied twice for the chief investment position, and you were passed over for that position twice, and you said you weren't going to apply for it the third time because you'd been passed over twice, and I guess they've hired an immigrant to do that job instead. Do you think that maybe you were passed over for some of these DEI reasons?
CalPERS hiring decisions is their own hiring decisions, and I'm not really a part of that, candidly.
Clearly you aren't, and I think we all know why. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Wyoming seek recognition?
I just ask for unanimous consent to submit to our...
My amendment would prohibit CRT training for employees of the Department of Defense or members of the Air Force. The primary focus of our military should be mission readiness and lethality. Unfortunately, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have continued to push for diversity, equity, and inclusion to the deficit of our servicemen and women. Divisive ideologies like CRT have no place in our military. Our service members should be learning the critical and often life-saving skills that help them and their fellow service members stay alive when they are deployed, rather than having training hours diverted to force CRT and race-based training. As a veteran, I know firsthand that our service members are not concerned about CRT training or DEI in the military. In fact, our service members care about the skills and qualifications that prepare them for war. When service members are wounded, they do not care about how diverse their medics are. They care that the medics responding to them in their time of need are qualified and trained with the skills to keep them alive. It is beyond time that we prioritize, CRT and other divisive ideologies that are weakening our military and putting our nation's security at risk. We will gut CRT from our nation's military with this NDAA. We are one nation, one people, and this majority body believes in unity over division and merit over identity. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. There's actually quite a bit in this amendment that I do agree with. I think ideologies that are explicitly racist are problematic, and I certainly have seen that done. There are examples of the teaching of critical race theory and promotion of critical race theory that I personally disagree with. But there's 2 reasons to oppose this amendment. Number one, that is not happening in the United States military. We had a great debate earlier about why recruitment is down. Part of it is because of the fundamental dishonesty that the right wing is saying about the military in terms of what is going on. They are not promoting critical race theory. It is a theory that they do talk about, just like they talked about communism and fascism and a whole wide variety of other things that they don't agree with. So to suggest, as this amendment does, that our military is promoting any of this ideology is completely wrong. The second problem I have with this amendment is it does sort of push in the other direction, to want to sort of suggest, as we have seen in Florida and other states, that racism isn't really a thing. There was the famous example where what we ought to be teaching people is that, in fact, slavery had its upsides, okay? So there are problems with taking that approach. In particular, there's something in here about whether or not the Declaration of Independence is a racist document. And that's a debate I think certainly we should have, but a document that basically enshrines, well, actually, it's the Declaration of Independence. I guess it's, well, the Constitution's in there too. It enshrines the fact that, if you are a black person, you cannot vote and you count for as 3/5 of a person. I think it would kind of be interesting to debate whether or not that was racist, because I think it kind of was. To ignore the history of our country, both good or bad, is a mistake. This amendment pushes us towards ignoring any of the history that is racist, that has promoted white supremacy, that has promoted slavery and Jim Crow. And to say that the people being educated in our military schools should ignore that history, I think is a great weakness. So the military does not promote CRT. They should have a robust discussion about various ideologies and also about the history of racism in this country. Ignoring it will do a disservice to the men and women who serve in the military and to the country. So I will oppose this amendment. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman of Florida is recognized.
To say that the military isn't actively doing this is, I think, misleading. In fact, I personally have seen training that our service members, to include my husband, have had to go through. To put it in perspective, my husband, before he was actually, he got out of the military, was made to write down the top 5 people he associated with, writing down their race, sexual orientation, and gender. And if those people were not diverse enough, he was then racist. Well, I have news for my colleagues across the aisle. When you have men and women deploying around the country, serving with black and brown people, since that's apparently what we are going to talk in regards to color, around the world, and you are telling them that they are racist even though they have laid down their lives for these people, I think that just shows how out of touch this governing body is. And so to say that our military is not being forced to do that is misleading. They absolutely are. And when I talk to men and women, both enlisted and at the officer level, I can tell you that they are more concerned about what's happening in the Pacific and what's happening in Russia than the fighting and the constant name calling and also the wokeification of our military. I yield the rest of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry, she was over there for a while. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've gone from Virginia to Hawaii in a few seconds. Mr. Chair, once again, it appears my colleagues fail to understand what critical race theory is. Critical race theory helps us understand the past, while DEI, as they've often been against, helps us chart the path forward to acknowledge and rectify the systemic racism that still shapes the present. But let's not conflate or confuse the two. So let me reiterate, critical race theory is simply an academic and legal framework to recognize that systemic racism is part of our nation's history. Yes, that is hard to hear, but sadly, that is absolutely the fact and the case. And that this systemic racism continues, quite frankly, to affect our society and individuals in it to this very day. These are hard truths for my colleagues that cannot bear to hear it. But there is no other way to explain the compromise enshrined for almost 80 years in our Constitution that counted slaves as 3/5 of a person to determine matters like the number of seats allotted to states for this very body, the House of Representatives. There's no other way to explain the Chinese Exclusion Act and the Asian Exclusion Act, which banned immigration of Asian people to this country for decades. Nor is there any other way to justify the grave historical injustices of Executive Order 9066 that interned over 100,000 Japanese Americans during the Second World War, including my great-grandfather, who was locked up against his will in Santa Fe, New Mexico, while my grandfather, his son, served in the military intelligence service for a country who saw and treated him and his loved ones as the enemy. Systemic racism is a part of the history of our military, the Department of Defense, and this country. There's no other way to explain the fact that even though they served bravely in the Revolutionary War, black men were formally excluded from military service after the war until the Civil War. Meanwhile, Filipino veterans of World War II waited for over 4 decades for the citizenship and benefits promised to them for their service under our flag and are still waiting till this day. If my Republican colleagues believe we can compete with our adversaries across the globe by avoiding these truths, they are sadly wrong. While our adversaries will seek to whitewash and erase histories, like that of the Ukrainians, the Tibetans, the Uyghurs. We must do better. We should be better, because this speaks to who we are as a union. Having our service members learn about...
I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Having our service members learn about systemic racism and think critically about the role it continues to play in our society may make some of them uncomfortable, but it is not going to make them hate America. It will, however, help them understand why inequities persist in our country, including in the ranks of our military. I hope it will remind them how far we've come and how much further we must go towards a more equitable future, one in which they, regardless of their background, can achieve their fullest potential. We need to understand critical race theory for what it is, an opportunity for us to confront our past and work towards a better future. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to reclaim my time.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
I'd like to yield 1 minute of my time to my colleague from Florida, Representative Corey Mills.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much. I want to start out by saying that I really admire and I love my colleague from Hawaii. We've had many conversations together on the strengthening of our military, especially when it comes to Schofield Barracks and the rest. Same with my ranking member and my colleague, Adam Smith. I will say, however, for the record, I served in the United States military as an Army combat veteran. I proudly served with people from Hawaii, people from Puerto Rico, people from the Virgin Islands. I've seen the diversity which exists, and I think that the utilization of DEI and CRT is what has been led to the creation of the 41,000 recruitment deficit that we see today. Our military is not supposed to be prioritizing the ideas of critical race theory or diversity, equity, inclusion. It should be about increased lethality, readiness, and being properly equipped. This is how we defeat our enemies. It is not through the ideas of trying to create division, and it is not through the ideas of pronoun training, where I can guarantee you that we can out-pronoun all of our enemies, but the he, him, they, them, she, her is not going to make us a stronger military. So I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Anna Paulina Luna's amendment, and I ask that we understand that we are here to strengthen our military, not to divide it. With that, I yield.
Gentlelady from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves.
I yield.
A gentlelady yields back.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady's prepared. Does the gentlelady yield?
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves.
If I could, I think we are prepared to close. I have the right to close as defending the, so I will yield her to use the remainder of her time to close her arguments, and then I will close the debate. Thank you.
Gentleman's correct. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I'd like to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I'd like to close. I yield back.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Just as a point of clarification, so you're done. All right, great, thank you. Then I think we've concluded our remarks as well. Oppose the amendment for all the reasons stated. I urge opposition. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the numbers of those willing to serve in the military are now down over 30%. The military's sole purpose is to provide for the defense of our great nation. Our military's focus should be the protection of the American people and our freedoms, not liberals' feelings. Therefore, my amendment would eliminate any offices of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion in the armed forces and in the DOD. We should focus on diversity of ideas and opinions, not races and genders. DEI programs tend to be ineffective and cost the taxpayers more money, and it's been a very real detriment to our recruitment of our military. In short order, a woke military is a weak military. Woke ideology undermines military readiness in various ways. It undermines the cohesiveness by emphasizing differences based on race, ethnicity, and sex. It undermines leadership authority by introducing questions about whether a promotion is based on merit or quota requirements. It leads to military personnel serving in specialties and areas for which they are not qualified, nor are they ready. And it takes time and resources away from training activities and weapons development that contribute to readiness. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Alabama, a member of the Armed Services Committee, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlelady from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
As a proud member of the House Armed Services Committee, I take seriously my responsibility to ensure that our service members get the support they need to keep our nation safe. But once again, Republicans are pushing poison pill amendments into our bipartisan defense bill, focusing more on culture wars and division than on our national security. This radical amendment would eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion offices at the Department of Defense and all personnel in those offices. I shouldn't have to remind my Republican colleagues, diversity is our strength as a nation. Inclusion is proven to be beneficial for military effectiveness, military readiness, and ultimately our national security. Yet my colleagues continue to fight our military leadership as they work to strengthen our armed forces. In the midst of our military recruitment shortfalls, Republicans are focused on the wrong thing. They're busy telling our service members and potential recruits that Congress does not value their background or lived experiences than recruiting the best and brightest to defend our country. This is not only harmful, but it's also hurtful. Hurtful that our military recruitment, preparedness, and cohesiveness is at jeopardy and at stake. Our national security and our national defense deserves better. Again this year, I'm disappointed that we are considering amendments that poison legislation which would otherwise be bipartisan. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and let's get back to the business of being truly bipartisan when it comes to our National Defense Authorization Act. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my friend across the aisle. We shouldn't even be dealing with this, to be honest with you. The fact that money is going to fund this, if you take a car to a mechanic, you don't go to politicians to find out what's wrong with your car. You go to the mechanic. I'm in the real estate business. We build houses. If I have a trouble with a house, I go to my carpenters. I would advise my friends from the other side of the aisle that last year, 160 retired flag officers wrote a letter to the Armed Services Committee, Chairman Rogers, about the dangers of DEI and their opposition to it in the military. 160, and I'm sure it would be far more than this, if you talk to the people that are serving, will point out why this is so detrimental. The officers wrote this: we respectfully request that Congress take legislative action to remove all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs from the DoD. Secondly, our military must be laser focused on one mission: readiness undiminished by culture war engulfing our country. Thirdly, the domestic cultural threat has an innocuous name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but in reality, DEI is dividing. It's not uniting our military service nor our society. DEI principles derive from critical race theory, which is rooted in cultural Marxism, where people are grouped into identity classes, typically by race, labeled as oppressed or oppressors and victims, and pitted against each other. Under the guise of DEI, some people are selected for career-enhancing opportunities and advancement based on preferences given to identity group, based on race, gender, ethnic background, sexual orientation. It's unbelievable we're even talking about this or funding it. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to Mr. Smith of Washington.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I do talk to people in the military all the time, and our military is doing just fine. Now, there will always be people who are opposed to greater inclusion. We have seen this throughout the military on a wide variety of areas. Way back when, it was opposition to black people serving in the military. Then there was a lot of opposition to gay people serving in the military. And every single time, you had some people in the military saying, this is going to destroy us. Unit cohesion will fall apart. We can't possibly treat people fairly and function. And they've all been proven wrong every single time. The people I talk to in the military say things are going just fine, that they are in fact being more inclusive, and the military is as strong as it has ever been. It is completely wrong for a right-wing political agenda to denigrate our military to try to make the point that there's some kind of excessive wokeism going on. That is not what the overwhelming majority of people in the military are telling me and others. What they are saying is that inclusion does matter. People need to be treated fairly. And the idea that if the military goes like this and says, we don't see color, we don't see gender, we don't see any of this, that it'll all just go away and everything will be fine, is absurd. Reasonable diversity, equity, and inclusion works. That's what the military is doing. Please let them continue to do it.
Trump Republic. And that's because we deserve to have nice things. Prosperity at home, peace throughout the world. That is what we experienced under President Trump. Wages were rising. Investment returned to America. Police were cherished. Our military restored. We spent our time dreaming about the possible and making good things happen in our lives, growing families, buying homes, retiring with fat 401ks. Sure, there was a mean tweet now and again. I kind of like those too. Sometimes we really do forget about all of the accomplishments of the Trump administration, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, securing the border, right to try for the ill, veteran choice. President Trump rewrote NAFTA for the American worker and put us in a position of energy dominance. I don't always remember all the things that happened in such a short period of time, but I remember how I felt during the Trump presidency, how we all felt. A nation of full hearts, big dreams, and endless ambition to win. Winning so much we get tired of it. Now we got Joe Biden. He ain't tired of winning. He's just tired. Looks like he gets tired breathing. You see him sit there sometime with his mouth agape, just like, last time I saw that, it was Robert Mueller. We all knew he lost a little off his fastball. Compare what we had to our diminished America today. We are poorer, sicker, deeper in debt, and overrun by illegal aliens. How can people be turned off by mean tweets but think that political prosecutions are okay? Once we had one of America's great families in the White House, the Trumps. Now we've got transsexual influencers wandering around the West Wing. Sometimes they even get jobs. Remember that dude in heels who used to steal everybody's luggage? That was like an actual thing. We're not going to have dudes in heels in the White House anymore. Now don't. President Trump had a little something to say about that in the primary too. I mean, think about it. We went from Ivanka Trump in the White House to that weird thing in the heels. Home ownership has become a mirage for millennials and Zoomers alike. The average mortgage payment in America today is around $2,800. Who can afford that with the price of fuel and groceries and all of the things that Joe Biden has made more expensive? It's no surprise then that we are seeing more delinquencies and more home foreclosures than at any other time in the last decade. In the Trump economy, we could actually afford to buy homes. President Trump understands the value of a home, and that's why he invites everyone to his home as a host and as a great leader. Under Trump, we could build more, grow more, and have more. The left wants us to have less. It used to just be fewer guns they wanted us to have. Now it's fewer goals. You know, they want to turn everything in this country on its head. And they think we should have a smaller house, less money, a smaller family, if people can even afford to get married and have a family anymore. They want to turn your cheeseburger into a bug patty with compressed seed oils, and they want to make the greatest country that has ever existed weak and lonely and trans all at once. You see, President Trump is a builder, and that which is built in steel and concrete must first be built with a vision in the mind. vision and energy and productivity are certainly more patriotic than laundering Chinese bribe money to your family members. So we must bring these Biden voters that we know out of the brain fog that they are in, believing that they only deserve the diminished America that has been provided by Joe Biden. The Democrats are the party of high prices, high taxes, and low T. Is a party even trying to win an election anymore if their standard bearer just soiled his pants at a D-Day memorial? We are the proud party, and they are ashamed. What else explains the left's self-defeating embrace of the DEI agenda? DEI is an order form for people, not about good or qualified or credentialed or talented, just immutable characteristics, that which you cannot change. Are you black, white, Muslim, gay? I don't care if it's politically correct or not. I will never come off the proposition that I learned from reading Martin Luther King Jr. in school. We will judge people not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. What's on the outside that counts? How many left-handed lesbians do you need? Have you had enough women of color on your board? Have you hired enough illegal immigrants lately? You know what? America isn't a slave auction. We cannot hire and promote and pay people based on the skin color or the traits they cannot change. We must hire and promote and pay based on merit and merit alone. Those who push DEI are no different than a fentanyl dealer because they are both selling a poison into our communities, disguised as pain relief. Everything will be okay if we just use this, not realizing the damage it does to our social fabric. DEI has no role in our society. We must drive it out of corporate boardrooms, out of our military, and we ought to drive anybody out of Congress who believes in this racist garbage.
How you doing, everybody? Great to see you. This is a homecoming for Dr. Carson. Dr. Carson, you grew up not far from here.
I grew up in Detroit. It's been my first several years here. And you know, Detroit gets a bad rap all the time about being a horrible place, but I can tell you for certain that there were a lot of people here who thought the right way, who believed in America, who encouraged me to climb the ladder of opportunity, and that you could do anything that you could imagine. And they believed in the difference between right and wrong and law and order. That was Detroit. But what has happened is that a lot of people who actually think the right way and have the right values aren't willing to stand up for them. And the fact of the matter is, you cannot be the land of the free if you're not the home of the brave. It's gotta be
Dr. Carson, I believe you are one of the most impressive and important Americans alive today. I truly believe that. You have saved countless lives personally, and you've also impacted millions of people through your testimony and through your public advocacy. I want to stay on Detroit for just a second. Your story from Detroit to being one of the top surgeons on the planet is a remarkable one. And it's one that is only possible in America. I believe that if every black American learned more about Dr. Carson than critical race theory, our country would be in a much better place.
And you know, there was a time when individuals like myself, who worked very hard, who believed in God, who believed in right and wrong, had values that made us into a great nation, were celebrated. now there's a faction that denigrates those people, says that they're Uncle Toms and all kinds of things that they are called. They don't appreciate them because they're more interested in getting people to believe that they're victims. And, teaching little white children that their ancestors are oppressors, and little black children and minorities that they're victims. Tell me, how is that supposed to make the country better? There's no way that that does anything except cause division. And remember this, the United States of America is the major obstacle to one world government and Marxism in our system. And that's why there's such an effort to overcome us, but they cannot overcome us militarily. We're much too strong. So the only way they can overcome us is interiorly. They work with the fabric of our country. They denigrate the families, they denigrate the communities, they denigrate our values, and they drive wedges between the people on the basis of race, age, income, gender, political affiliation, religion, you name it, driving wedges, getting us to hate each other, when the fact of the matter is, our strength came through our unity. There were times in the early parts of our country where we had communities that were separated from each other by 100 miles, only 25, 50, 100 families. They spoke different languages. But not only did they survive, they thrived. Why did they thrive? Because they understood the concept of the common good. That was something that you heard very frequently. Not what's good for this group versus that group. Not that this group had a problem before, so now let's make this group have a problem, but what works for everybody. And that is the thing that is so attractive about Donald Trump. He recognized that a rising tide floats all boats. Don't try to separate people, let's work together.
Well, thank you, Timothy, for that kind introduction and nice welcome from this room. I bring greetings from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, where we love God, basketball, and bourbon, not always in that order. And it is an honor to be here, to be standing on this stage, especially given some of the speakers we've already heard from and some that you will hear from later, including President Donald J. Trump. I will say, though, it is kind of surreal to be standing here. I mean that quite literally. In fact, until this morning, I wasn't even listed as a speaker. So you can imagine the trepidation walking up here, not knowing if I'm really supposed to be on this stage. But I'm a lot more confident at this juncture. Let me just start by offering a word of thanks to a tremendous and fearless leader in Ralph Reed and the many men and women who give tirelessly to the cause of freedom, to the cause of faith, and to the cause of family. In this moment, we need those who are willing to give maximum effort on all three. And that is what the Faith and Freedom Coalition does without wavering. As President Reagan once said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. As defenders of freedom, you stay extinction. So collectively, we say thank you for your service, but the rest of us cannot, nor should we, expect that this coalition and its members engage in this fight alone. We all have a part to play in this great struggle to live free of oppressive government, in support of our faith, and in defense of our families. And we are called as a sacred duty and an obligation in Scripture to fight in this effort. The book of Romans is a Christian's call to action. It's a letter from Paul. It's a call to be in every single way that you can, someone who lives in the abundant life and leaves the past life and ways behind. And there's one particular passage in Romans that talks about how we should engage in the public square. In Romans 8:19, Paul writes that creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. As the children of God, we have a profound obligation to stand up and speak up for truth. And if we don't, you and I miss out on an opportunity to be the hands and feet of Christ and to fulfill our role as ambassadors in the marketplace of ideas. We must embrace this vitally important role because right now, big government, big business, and our elitist academic institutions are committed to using the levers of power to change the very fabric of what makes this country great. Their alliance seeks to replace merit and equality of opportunity with preferential treatment and outcomes. It's a partnership rooted in the idea that we are not to be seen as neighbors to be loved, but to be labeled as enemies characterized as oppressed as oppressor. It's an alliance that would strip us of our energy independence. And it is an alliance that is willing to sacrifice American values and marginalize those who support them at the altar of radical progressive ideology. But you and I neither have to accept nor embrace this fate. We can, as Romans 8:19 implores us to do, stand up and be counted. We can defend individual liberty and free markets, even in the face of great challenge. History teaches us that the elements are fundamental for a thriving society and essential for human flourishing. History is with us, and profoundly and proudly, we must continue to stand on the right side with our Christian brothers and sisters in this effort. Now, I proudly supported these causes as the 51st Attorney General of Kentucky, holding big businesses accountable when they push too many opioids into our state, fighting for Kentuckians' First Amendment rights when our governor tried to shut down our churches, and standing up for the disenfranchised or the voiceless when it came to human trafficking and protecting the unborn. And I would have been honored to have stood for those principles and those values as the governor of Kentucky, but that was not meant to be in that moment. And the sting of defeat is real, but it does not have to be final. Like so many examples in Scripture, we are instructed to fight the good fight, to finish the race, and to keep the faith as long as we live. Paul did not give up in Jerusalem even after his arrest. Peter did not give up in Rome even though he knew martyrdom awaited him. And Christ did not give up on the cross even knowing what agony he was to experience. We serve a mighty God, and as one door closes, oftentimes another door opens. And now, as the CEO of 1792 Exchange, I get to continue this work. Our organization is dedicated to preserving the founding ideals and ending the anti-American crusades that threaten the fabric of our country. As Calvin Coolidge said, the chief business of the American people is business. We want businesses to produce high-quality products, not push partisan agendas. And there is a great need of this because right now, as we speak, big corporations are weaponizing against your values and in support of progressive virtue signaling. In one instance, a bank shuttered a religious group's checking account and demanded a list of their donors as a condition of resuming service. In another instance, a bank canceled an account for the Arkansas Family Council because the bank apparently believed that the council was a hate group. And finally, in 2021, a payment processor canceled a contract with a conservative group simply for hosting an event with Donald J. Trump Jr. Now, the payment processor considered that prohibited activity. Ultimately, the reality is this, that if you adhere to biblical definitions and seek to live according to those standards, or if you are a conservative and wish to host events with like-minded conservatives, then the threat of debanking is real. And add to the fact that business leaders at our largest, most profitable companies are now pushing race and identity politics based on hiring quotas. They're forcing employees to undergo diversity training that teaches that America is a fundamentally racist country. And their solution to this alleged racism is more racism. They punish some and reward others based solely on the color of their skin. They call it DEI, I call it discrimination. Now hear this. I want everybody in this room and every corporate board member to understand this. America is not a racist country. I am evidence that it is not. I'm the first black American independently elected to statewide office in Kentucky's history. I won my party's nomination for governor in a southern state. And I am a living testament to the fact that people do not care about your skin color, they care about your values. America doesn't need more companies built on diversity, equity, and inclusion. America needs more companies built on merit, excellence, and intelligence. Flawed and misguided social engineering will not lead us to economic prosperity. And the agenda of the progressive left should not be able to decide whether a profitable coal mine in Kentucky receives working capital or whether a promising Israeli defense startup receives seed money. 1792 exchange, we seek to end the progressive left's monopoly on decision-making in business. We aim to educate the public and to drive corporations and money managers back to neutral and divisive social issues. Our businesses should not and must not be outlets for government or social influence. They should stick to producing the best products and offering the best services. At the end of the day, profit making is not a shameful aim, at least not when it's growing the pensions of teachers, firefighters, and police officers, so they can enjoy a retirement that is equal to their sacrifice. It's not when it allows plumbers, electricians, and factory workers to build 401ks that provide for their families and create generational wealth. Americans deserve better than seeing their working years sacrificed for someone else's social cause. So where does all this leave us? We are gathered here at a great moment of change in our country. America will remain a bastion of freedom and free markets, a shining city on a hill, only so long as the men and women of God stand up for what is right. Without you, without the passionate pursuit of a higher calling, we risk the extinction of this great Republican experiment. So I challenge you to step forward, act on your faith, embrace the calling of Romans 8:19 as children of God. Join the struggle for the future of the American dream. May God bless you and God bless America. Thank you.
To in Part B of House Report Number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My amendment reduces the salary of Samantha Power, the administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, to $1. Samantha Power is a globalist left-wing activist who uses government positions to force the regime's views on the American people and the rest of the world. When Samantha Power took office in 2021, she set 3 priorities for the USAID in her new vision for global development. 1, broadening the coalition by increasing the number of diversity of voices at USAID. 2, focusing assistance more on the voices and needs of the most marginalized. And 3, making aid more responsive by better incorporating the perspectives of those on the ground. Under Samantha Power, USAID has focused on food security in response to the Ukraine war, climate change, democracy, and governance. Also, under Samantha Power, USAID has installed diversity, equity, and inclusion advisors in all bureaus, offices, and overseas missions, and created an agency-wide dashboard and DEI scorecards to track staff compliance with the administration's DEI directives. These blatantly political scorecards demand ideological conformity and should have no place in the government workplace or elsewhere. Furthermore, Samantha Power has repeatedly met with influential left-wing foundations while serving in the role. According to nearly 700 pages of internal calendar entries obtained by Fox News, Power met with George Soros' Open Society Foundation multiple times. Of course she did. She also met with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation at least 5 times. She also held meetings with several other powerful groups like the Ford and Rockefeller Foundations. Power's intimate association with these entities exemplifies how the Biden administration, its officials, and agencies keep close contact with left-wing outside groups who help execute extreme policy initiatives. When Samantha Power served as Obama's ambassador to the United Nations, she made hundreds of requests to intelligence agencies to unmask names associated with the 2016 Trump campaign in order to support the Russia hoax narrative. For her activism, the Biden administration granted Samantha Power a permanent seat on the National Security Council, a more prominent role than the USAID administrator she has had under previous administrations. A person who abuses her position in government to meddle in democratic elections should be nowhere near public office. Instead of fulfilling her role as an administrator, Samantha Power is focused on imposing a left-wing agenda throughout the entire U.S. government and its proxies around the world. My amendment will ensure that she is held accountable and that the American people no longer have to fund her salary. Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman from Georgia yields.
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment seeks to punish administrative power likely due to differences of opinion with the amendment sponsor. Given the administrator covers all worldwide issues, it's natural that differing opinions would arise. But we cannot decide to defund the salary of the leadership of a United States government agency simply because a member of Congress does not agree with all of the positions the administration takes on issues pertaining to foreign affairs. Administrative power is a patriot. She cares about inclusion. She wants diversity and equity and inclusion reflected as a policy in the State Department so that the State Department and so countries reflect the diversity not only of our own country but throughout the world. That means people like myself that would be part of this program. And so her distinguished career has been very distinguished, serving as our ambassador to the United Nations, to being a Pulitzer Prize-winning author. So I think we should thank Samantha Power for trying to make sure that our USAID is inclusive and that it reflects our democracy. If my colleagues want to debate the merits of our foreign policy, then let's do it. But it's beneath this body to really take on a public servant for just doing their job. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady has the only time.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The recorded vote being requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, witnesses, for being here. Andrea Lucas, who is a commissioner of the EEOC, published an article warning that race-conscious corporate diversity programs may violate Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits employment discrimination on the basis of race, color, sex, religion, or national origin. Mr. Rokita, in your written testimony, I'm quoting from it now, it says, DEI programs that consider a job applicant or employee's race or color in hiring, retention, promotion, and other terms, conditions, or privileges of employment could be considered unlawful under Indiana's Civil Rights Act. Is that also true under federal law?
Thank you for the question. Yes, Indiana's law in several respects mirrors the federal law. So the point there I was making is that Title VII prohibits race-conscious employment actions, period, full stop. It doesn't matter how the program's labeled.
Ms. Stepman, is that how you say that? Okay. In your written testimony, you say something similar. It said, instead of upholding a system in which all employees, regardless of their race, sex, or other characteristics irrelevant to work performance, are judged on their merit, talent, qualifications, grit, intelligence, or any other of the myriad qualities that make a good hire, too often, Title VII in practice as it exists today not only fails to do so, it does the opposite. How so, and can you expand on that, please?
Sure. Again, we have this same story of over and under enforcement. On the one hand, completely ignoring publicly delivered and announced racial quotas, and I'm sorry, announcing that 30% of your workforce will be of a particular race by a particular date is a quota. It is an obvious quota. It's the kind of obvious quota that even university admissions departments cannot say or are reluctant to say even before SFFA, and it's forbidden by Title VII. Somehow, these companies have very little fear of announcing these things to the press, and while on the other hand, they do have to be careful when, for example, as the Sheets case that's been repeatedly brought up here, they use a neutral qualification like not, or screening out job applicants who have felonies on their record. The sort of policy considerations about that, about mainstreaming, inmates back into society, those are irrelevant to the point. This is a neutral qualification that the employer is using, and yet they find themselves, having to show being on the defensive and having to show this very tight connection to the job in the way that the EEOC enforces Title VII. So on the one hand, we have a neutral qualification that is, and people are being hauled into court for using it. On the other hand, we have blatant racial quotas that are being ignored by the EEOC.
So, Mr. Berry, you wrote the EEOC has defended DEI initiatives in the workplace even when those initiatives create the very Title VII violations that the EEOC is entrusted to stamp out. Expand on that, please.
Certainly. So the Commission has taken the position we've seen a couple times today, which is to equivocate between the existence of disparities and actual intentional discrimination. And repeatedly, over and over again, the Commission has declined to take action against companies that are saying the quiet part out loud. They are saying, we are going to have, come hell or high water, greater percentages of certain racial categories reflected, not because we've done a labor market analysis, but because we think that a certain kind of racial balancing is appropriate. The exact kind of interest the Supreme Court has said is grossly inappropriate.
And so that, does that get to what you talk about in your testimony extensively about disparate impact liability?
Yes, exactly. Disparate impact liability is very inconsistently enforced and is not being brought to bear, as best I can tell, against the widespread practice of college degree requirements as a screening mechanism.
Mr. Rokita, is tying one's continued employment or pay to statistical data, which Ms. Stedman has talked about as being perhaps a quota, is that in any way aspirational and protected?
No, I don't think so.
Ms. Stedman, any comment?
Yeah, I guess my only comment would be that I agree with my fellow witness that the real disagreement here is whether any disparity, whether racial or sex on any other basis, is suspect immediately as created by discrimination. There are disparities in everything. There is virtually no qualification that an employer could ever set that would have no race or sex disparities. So that's when the EEOC looks at the issue in this way, what it really does is expands its own power because it's arbitrary. Whatever issue the EEOC looks at, whatever qualification will spit out some kind of disparity. But they don't look at other qualifications, as my witness also said, my fellow witness. For example, using college degrees as a qualification. Fewer men have college degrees. Fewer Black Americans have college degrees, right? Those are disparities that exist, but the EEOC doesn't look at that qualification and say, well, it's against our civil rights law to require a college degree, probably because that would be very unpopular with their friends in universities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair.
Point out for 1 second, called America's Cultural Revolution, in which they talk about this DEI obsession as being a successor to prior efforts of progressives or communists or what have you to divide America. And they failed to divide America by income level, so they are intentionally trying to divide America by race. The reason I believe that this is true is if you look at this time in our history, where people from all around the globe come and earn more than people of European descent. India, China, Cuba, Philippines, Iran, all these people come here and within a generation they're out living people of European descent. We live at a time where single women under 30 out-earn single men under 30. But nevertheless, we set up this big bureaucracy that says that if I'm a person of color and I inherited $10 million, I'm put upon and should be given preference over somebody who is of European descent who has virtually nothing. We have a bureaucracy in which if somebody comes here from Spain, they're considered an evil European and they have to be penalized. But if somebody comes from Spain, spends 2 generations in Cuba and then comes here, all of a sudden they're put upon minority. The only way that makes any sense is if you intentionally want to divide America, and it's just so obviously offensive, and it must be confronted wherever we go. I also want to point out the left is very good at using words to confuse people. Earlier today, we were accused of conservatives being for censorship. I think when you don't want to have first or second grade kids reading graphical sexual things, that's not what I consider censorship. But in any event, according to a recent study by Bloomberg, and this is for Jonathan Berry up there, a recent study by Bloomberg, when looking at 2020 and 2021 data for 88 S&P 100 companies, it was found that 94% of new hires went to people of color or other minorities, only 12% European. This, in my opinion, could be the result of companies instituting race-based policies when it comes to hiring and recruitment. I hear that from all sorts of people in my district, by the way. There is no question if you talk to human resource professionals and they can speak off the record, this is happening big time. Mr. Berry, can you discuss how this data might support findings of illegal corporate race-based policies that violate the law?
Congressman, in the ordinary course, if you presented in court that kind of data where you have such a profound mismatch, presumably, between the demographics of who actually is hired and the relevant labor market, and then you couple that with the company's own explicit race-based policy, that's a layup. That's not a hard case. That is textbook racial discrimination under Title VII in many cases.
Okay, I'll give you another question along those lines. In President Biden's first year, approximately 3% of his judicial appointees were white heterosexual men. 3% in his first year in office. Could you comment on that? Would that be evidence of something going on here with the Biden administration?
It's potentially. The standards that govern the president's appointments are, of course, different than private employment. But again, you need to look at the relevant labor market, and here it's. I think that's something we need a real look. Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying when you have that degree, could you, any one of you, talk? And maybe this isn't exactly on point, but what effect does this pound on some young people that America's a racist country have upon certain groups? I can certainly understand how it empowers politicians, right? But in the classroom, when you are again and again told that in essence you're going to have a harder time succeeding, obviously people coming from other countries, India, China, Philippines, Iran, they don't have a hard problem succeeding, but on some groups may be counterproductive and be the reason why certain ethnic groups aren't doing as well because they keep being told that they shouldn't?
Congressman, good to see you again. I think you're exactly right. It's made to divide. It's made to make people feel inferior. There's no excuse for it anymore. We've been through it for so long now, other than really what you're talking about. It's intentional, and it's made to make us weaker instead of more unified, more patriotic.
Okay, I'll give you an anecdote and then let you comment on it. I was in a classroom, Zoom, and the teacher, white teacher, told a mixed-race classroom that black children made a higher percentage of kids arrested in that school than their total number in the school, and then told the kids that this was evidence of racism. What effect do you think that would have on a little boy or girl in the class who was African American if their teacher is telling them how racist America is and how racist the police is? Do you think that has any effect on their ability to succeed in society? I mean, I can understand how, and when a politician says it, it makes the politician more likely to get elected, but could you comment on that?
Congressman, just briefly, I would say that a lot of education that focuses on critical race theory has the perverse effect of either inculcating a victim mentality in a way that makes for all kinds of unhappy societal occurrences, exactly the kind you're talking about.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
All right, well, start by saying that this hearing is making America less safe.
Let them shut those doors.
Go for it, sir.
This hearing of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. I want to welcome everyone to this hearing before the Committee on Oversight. In recent years, diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI initiatives, have become a divisive subject in U.S. businesses, educational institutions, state legislatures, and here in Congress. Unfortunately, many of these initiatives, which many assume simply promote equal opportunity, have in some cases become integrated into employment practices to a point where the civil rights of employees are violated. DEI in some forms means preferencing racial categories and disfavoring other racial categories. It's discrimination with a fancy acronym. Racial discrimination is wrong, it's immoral, and it's illegal in the employment context. Next Tuesday, July 2nd, we will celebrate the 60th anniversary of the enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 into law. Title VII of that law makes it an unlawful employment practice to discriminate in hiring or against employees once on the job because of their race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. When employers systematically implement employment practices that discriminate on the basis of race, it doesn't matter that it's dressed up in a fancy acronym like DEI. The law says that's illegal racial discrimination. And it's illegal whether the victim of that discriminatory practice is white, black, Native American, or any other racial category. All one needs to do is review the disclosures of many Fortune 500 companies to witness the implementation of literal racial quotas in hiring and promotion. Hiring managers and executives are encouraged by their companies to institute hiring quotas on the basis of race or face cuts to their compensation or incentives. Can you imagine the disgust of those who crafted the Civil Rights Act to find out that 60 years later, some of the largest and wealthiest companies are still not just implementing, but publicly celebrating the racial discrimination at their companies? State attorneys general have called out companies advancing such discriminatory practices, such as, quote, explicit racial quotas and preferences in hiring, recruiting, retention, promotion, and advancement, end quote. They also have recognized those practices to include, quote, race-based contracting practices such as racial preferences and quotas in selecting suppliers, providing overt preferential treatment to customers on the basis of race, and pressuring contractors to adopt the company's racially discriminatory quotas and preferences, end quote. I will enter the Attorney General July 13, 2023 letter into the record with unanimous consent, without objection, so ordered. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, or EEOC, the federal agency responsible for enforcing federal laws against illegal racial discrimination and harassment in all types of work situations, should stand up for the rule of law and investigate such practices at U.S. companies. The EEOC should also reiterate the plain language of Title VII, prohibiting racial discrimination in everything it does, through guidance, public statements, data collection, litigation, or otherwise. Yet under the Biden administration, the EEOC has demonstrated a pattern of public activity inconsistent with the law. And when presented with evidence of discriminatory practices at companies, the EEOC appears to have taken no action at all. In the worst cases, EEOC appears to have filed amicus briefs actually defending the ability of companies to engage in racially discriminatory practices. We are encouraged that EEOC Commissioner Andrea Lucas has been outspoken in support of the law, arguing correctly that the Title VII is violated if race was at all part of the motivation for an employment decision. On March 1st, 2024, I wrote the EEOC along with the subcommittee chairman, Pat Fallon from Texas, seeking a briefing and documents and information to conduct oversight of this matter. Since that time, I've been alarmed as well with EEOC redefining sex discrimination through guidance in a way that will jeopardize the rights of men and women in the workplace. On April 29, 2024, the EEOC issued an updated workplace harassment enforcement guidance, its first since 1999. This includes new language requiring employers to permit male employees to use female changing areas and bathrooms. And many states immediately sued the EEOC after the issuance of the new guidance on the grounds of government overreach, and those states seek injunctions to prevent its implementation. EEOC Commissioner Lucas has called out the new guidance for effectively eliminating single-sex workplace facilities in addition to intruding on the right of freedom of speech and belief. Thank you to the witnesses appearing here today, and I now yield to Ranking Member Ocasio-Cortez for her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Throughout history, Americans have fought for and championed.
5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Chair Latta and Ranking Member Matsui, for holding this hearing today, and I want to also thank the witnesses for testifying before this committee. Hearing some very harsh language from the other side of the aisle, perhaps if we prioritized our spending, we wouldn't be worried about whether or not we get the money, but all I know is rampant $1.9 trillion COVID spending at the beginning of this Biden-Harris administration led to rampant inflation, which has led to 20% cost increases and has led to record high interest rates, which are really challenging everybody. And having grown up in a very humble family, having to decide whether or not I could afford food or something else, very necessary. I know those challenges. Commissioner Carr, in your testimony, you stated that the BEAD initiative is the slowest moving federal broadband deployment program in recent history. Specifically, $42 billion program, 967 days since it was signed into law, not one person, home, or business has been connected to the internet with these dollars. No construction projects will even start, according to the president, until 2025 and many in 2026. Can you explain how the Biden-Harris administration's decision to add additional red tape is causing unnecessary delays and jeopardizing the program?
Thank you for the question. I'll start as well with your point about ACP and spending. Look, the FCC did its own survey, and it found that of this $17 billion, only 15% of people said that they would lose internet service if the program expired. So I think as people in Congress focus on ACP, let's focus on the 15% or whatever number really needs it, rather than simply pouring more money into that existing program in its current form. With respect to BEAD, $42 billion and a promise to connect millions of Americans, and 967 days later, not even a shovel worth of dirt has been turned. Some people have said we should measure that program by its intention to connect millions of Americans. I think we should measure it based on its results. And right now, it's off the rails. We are looking at DEI requirements, climate change requirements, price controls. Right now, the Biden administration is going back and forth with Virginia that wants the money to move forward, saying, you didn't put enough of a thumb on the scale for a price control. Please rewrite it this way. The same thing with Tennessee. So rather than staying laser focused on just getting Americans across the digital divide, we're wasting time on things that have nothing to do with connecting them.
Do you think the program will be a success, more importantly? And then how do we define success? To me, it should be defined by the number of households, the number of businesses that have been connected.
I think BEAD is a program that's worth fighting for, but it needs a course correction. We can still do it. Let's stop trying to pursue DEI and just bridge the digital divide. Let's stop pushing these climate change agendas and just connect communities. If we can do those things and get rid of the extraneous political improvising, I think this program will get closer to getting back on track.
Commissioner Symington, you indicated in your testimony that the Universal Service Fund is in urgent need of reform. How would you reform the USF, both in terms of distribution and contributions?
Absolutely. So the Universal Service Fund, of course, dates back to the Telecommunications Act of '96, at a time when the landline market was a lot bigger than it is now. Thus, on the front end of contributions, it's very difficult to fund a growing program out of a shrinking base. Now, if you look at what the landline network was supposed to do, Universal Service says it was supposed to connect all Americans in a single network. In fact, it was to be a network that was intercompatible with all the networks worldwide, and so thus it benefited from the network effects of scale. Today, the beneficiaries of the network effects of scale are online companies primarily. So to put it another way, when Comcast gains a customer, it's not just Comcast, it's Google, it's Meta, it's Amazon. These are the companies that benefit even more from universal connectivity than individual network operators who do not have the same advantages of scale.
How would you change that?
Well, I think by contribution reform, we would say that the main beneficiaries of these network effects should be considered as contributors.
Thank you. And lastly, more of a comment, because I think this question has been asked and answered, but in agricultural-heavy states like Iowa, the advancement of precision agriculture is essential for our farmers to remain competitive and efficient. Widespread and ubiquitous, either broadband or wireless coverage, and I have been in the combine with farmers who are using or use Starlink. I have visited with our manufacturers as well. It is really important for the adoption and implementation of precision agriculture technologies, which would meet some of those sustainability goals that you're trying to implement. And I would just encourage the FCC to expand and enhance wireless availability, as was mentioned earlier, to meet the growing demands, but also to ensure that the BEAD program is put in place and enacted, and let the providers get to do the work that they do, because they are extraordinarily frustrated in my state. And then a question for the record, Chairman Rosenworcel, answer question for the record. I would just like to ask what the FCC's role is in spectrum studies that NTIA is leading. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida's 9th District. 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. We live in a...
For his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
American prosperity depends upon entrepreneurs. These are ambitious and optimistic men and women who are willing to take risks, pursue their dreams, and try to change the world. They mortgage their own homes, they put everything on the line to build a business that fills an unmet need or does something better than what's offered today. But throughout history, prosperity and human flourishing has been stymied or delayed by governments that impose regulatory policies to address supposed harms, but in actuality overstated risk in order to protect incumbent operators, often large and powerful companies that didn't want to compete and that just happened to give big campaign checks to the politicians in power. The United States has mostly chosen a different path, one where a free enterprise system governed by the rule of law allows Americans to freely pursue their ideas, grow their own businesses, and compete without having to obtain permission from all-knowing bureaucrats. Today's hearing on data privacy and artificial intelligence is a debate about which regulatory path we will take. Do we embrace our proven history, one with entrepreneurial freedom and technological innovation, or will we adopt the European model, where government technocrats get to second-guess and manage perceived risks with economic activity, ultimately creating an environment where only big tech with its armies of lawyers and lobbyists exist? Consider this. In 1993, at the dawn of the tech age, the economies of the United States and the European Union were roughly equal in size. Today, the American economy is nearly 50% larger than the EU's. The tech boom happened in America in part because Congress and the Clinton administration deliberately took a hands-off approach to the nascent internet. The result was millions of jobs and a much higher standard of living for Americans. Unfortunately, the Biden administration and many of my colleagues are suggesting the European model for AI, based heavily on hysterical doomsday prophecies to justify a command and control federal regulatory scheme that will cause the United States to lose our technological edge over China. The Biden administration's AI executive actions, as well as many of the AI legislative proposals, call for a new regulatory order that protects giant incumbent operators and discourages innovation with supposedly optional best practices or guidance written by all-knowing bureaucrats, some of whom were recently employed by the same big tech firms they seek to regulate, and some of whom hope to be employed again by those same big tech firms right after they write the rules that benefit those giant big tech firms. We already see federal AI regulators and Biden allies talking about the need to stop, quote, bias, quote, misinformation, quote, discrimination in AI systems and algorithms. That's code for speech police. If they don't like what you say, they want to silence it. Now, AI can certainly be used for nefarious purposes, just like any other technology. But to address specific harms or issues, we should craft appropriate and targeted responses. For example, Senator Klobuchar and I have introduced the bipartisan Take It Down Act, which targets bad actors who use AI to create and publish fake, lifelike, explicit images of real people. Our bill, which is sponsored by many Republican and Democrat members of this committee, would also require big tech to follow a notice and takedown process so ordinary Americans who are victimized by these disturbing images can get them offline immediately. The Bipartisan Take It Down Act is a tailored solution to a real problem. On behalf of the teenage girls and others who've been victimized by deep-fake explicit imagery, I hope that this committee will take up soon the Take It Down Act and pass it and move it to the floor and get it signed into law. As I conclude, I'd like to address a related matter. the American Privacy Rights Act, APRA. I support Congress, not the FTC or any federal agency, but Congress setting a nationwide data privacy standard. Not only is it good for Americans to be empowered with privacy protections, but it's good for American businesses that desperately need legal certainty given the increasingly complex patchwork of state laws. But our goal shouldn't be to pass any uniform privacy standard, but rather the right standard that protects privacy without preventing U.S. technological innovation. I've discussed APRA with Chairwoman McMorris Rodgers and will continue my offer to work with her. But right now, this bill is not the solution. It delegates far too much power to unelected commissioners at the FTC. It focuses on algorithmic regulations under the guise of civil rights, which would directly empower the DEI speech police efforts underway at the Biden White House, harming the free speech rights of all Americans. As currently constructed, APRA is more about federal regulatory control of the internet than personal privacy. In the end, it's the giant companies with vast resources that ultimately benefit from bills like APRA at the expense of small businesses. The path that Congress needs to take is to put individuals in control of the privacy of their own data and give them transparency to make decisions in the marketplace. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to do exactly that.
No, we have to meet people that have evil intentions. They wanted to knock down the Jefferson. If I didn't get the military out to save the Jefferson Memorial, they would have done a job. But I found this old law that today we're almost incapable of producing things like that. 10 years, and there's nothing like good behavior, and you get out in 2 days. It's 10 years in jail if you touch our monuments, if you even try to knock them down. I had a news conference, I signed it, and everybody left town. It was a beautiful thing to do. We're not doing it. We won't be changing the name of Jefferson, Washington, Lincoln, like they did our forts. I get out of office, they did our forts, right? We won 2 world wars of those forts, and now they have different names, many of them. Fort Bragg, and the people that live next to Fort Bragg are not happy. They're not happy. They changed the name. We won 2 world wars out of Fort Bragg, and then they decide to change the name because they think it's politically correct. On day 1, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate.
From Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cheadle, the shooter was set up on the roof of the AGR International building, as we know. Was the roof identified as a potential vulnerability days before the rally?
To my knowledge, yes, it was.
Were agents or officers inside the building? If so, what floor were they on?
We had local police officers inside the building.
The roof looks like it's a tin roof. How did no one inside that building hear someone moving on top of a metal roof?
I don't have the details of all of the interviews that have been conducted yet.
When will you have those?
I have been asking, and I want to have that information as soon as you do as well.
Okay, why did Secret Service fail to block the line of sight from that roof?
I think that the Secret Service put together a plan where they were counting that roof in as part of their overwatch, and that was the plan that they had put in place that day.
If you weren't going to put a security personnel on the roof, why not at least use drone technology or aerial surveillance to monitor the rally?
There are a number of times that we do use drone technology. I'm not speaking specifically to this event and what was utilized or not. There are times when drone technology is available and helpful at events, and there are times when it is not appropriate.
Do y'all use Signal? Do you personally use Signal to communicate with any official from the White House? Signal on your phone?
Oh, on occasion, I'm sure that there are people that use Signal, yes.
Okay. Do you use it to speak with the White House? Use Signal?
No, I do not.
Okay. When was Thomas Crooks first identified as a person of interest? Let me help you. At 5:10. He was spotted with a rangefinder at 5:51. And when did Secret Service notice him?
Again, I don't have those specific timelines, but it was a relatively short period of time.
Let me help you. 5:52. Ms. Cheadle, why was President Trump allowed on stage 10 minutes after the Secret Service spotted a suspicious individual? That seems to me to be the worst thing of all. Of all the breakdown in all this communication, all the BS you've been feeding us here today or not feeding us, that seems to be the question.
So as I've stated before, there are a number of events where suspicious people may be identified. That doesn't necessarily...
Ma'am, I submit to you, you got a guy who's going to be the next president of the United States. He's on stage. I've been to these events. We've all been to these events. A car backfires, and there's a 15-minute dadgum wait. That's not acceptable. Did the Secret Service tell President Trump they'd spotted a suspicious individual before he was shot?
I am unclear as to what the communication was with the former president at that time.
I'll take that as a no. Did y'all deny President Trump's request for more security, yes or no? And when was the most recent request for additional security?
The rally request for security, all of those requests were fulfilled.
And were there any personnel redirected to Jill Biden's rally?
No.
Who made the decision on the direction of agents at either one of those rallies?
I'm unclear as to your question on the direction of the agents.
I said, who directed those agents to be at Ms. Biden's rally or President Trump's rally? The specific agents.
So there is a methodology in which agents are available for assignments, and they are assigned based on either geographic location or logistics or flight.
Ma'am, I appreciate all that, but that methodology about got President Trump killed. Was the security detail guarding President Trump a temporary detail?
The personnel who are assigned to the former president's detail are assigned to him.
Why was there a different detail on the opening night of the convention than the detail that was guarding him in Pennsylvania?
The president has a very large permanent protective detail assigned to him. They work shift work, and so it could be that people you saw at the rally were not working the same shift the day that he was.
I can assure you, ma'am, somebody that's a lot shorter than the president was not at the convention, and the people that were cowering down behind the mass of agents that were on top of the president were not in the convention hall. At least I didn't see them. You can't seem to answer a single question about an ongoing investigation, ma'am, and you don't know when the information will be released publicly. Are you waiting for the administration to sign off?
No, I am waiting for the results of the investigation, at which time.
Okay. Let me ask you one more question. You found explosives in the shooter's possession. Is that correct?
The FBI found explosives.
Do we know who directed this young man how to make those explosives?
I believe that the FBI is still looking into that on their investigation.
Ms. Cheadle, you said that the buck stops with me, and I agree. I don't think you should resign. I think you should have been fired. Ma'am, you are a DEI horror story. I've told my daughter multiple times, my wife and my daughter, we talk to her all the time about how she's going to succeed in life. She'll succeed in life by achieving. Ma'am, you have not achieved today. You've let the American public down. If it was up to me, you'd be gone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Crockett from Texas.
I saw that you were frustrated in the front of the line that she wasn't answering any of the questions.
She's not answering any questions. She's not going to. She's going to say it's an investigation, ongoing investigation, and then and I don't expect her to give us anything. That's why I wanted to have the meeting the previous Monday. I just forget the convention. This is more important, and the fact that she's going to continue this is just exactly what we knew we'd get from this administration.
Mr. Butcher, what do you think that Harris brings to the top of the Democratic ticket?
Not a whole lot, really, because suburban housewives are where Trump is weakest, probably, is what we've been told, and she does very poorly in that area. So
she's doing better than Biden, though. I mean,
well, Biden didn't do a whole lot, I don't think, and they just keep bringing Biden out continuously was just it was politically the end of him.
So you don't think that this race will be any different with her at the top of the ticket?
No, I think President Trump will actually do better. I think she will continue to stumble because the number one issue outside of all this going on up here is the border, and she is a complete and total failure at the border. She couldn't find the border if she had a compass and a map.
Congressman, going back to the hearing, Kimberly Cheadle accepted full responsibility for what happened July 13th, but will not resign. Congressman Comer asked for her resignation in the opening statement. Are you asking for her resignation as well?
Oh, 100%. She shouldn't have to resign. She should have been fired.
Do you think that her just being her profile, Harris's profile, as the first African American woman who could be the president, that could make it appealing to a lot of voters?
I always just say put the best player in. I mean, we've got a DEI hire in here, and Biden said, first off, he said he's going to hire a black female for vice president, and that he just skipped over. What about white females? What about any other group? When you go down that route, you take mediocrity, and that's what they have right now as a vice president.
So are you suggesting she was a DEI hire?
100%. She was a DEI hire. He said he was going to hire, and she didn't. Her record is abysmal at best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would prohibit funding for policies that advance the Biden administration's radical DEI agenda. Specifically, this amendment would prohibit the use of funds for the Department of Energy's Office of Scientific Workforce Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. This office's mission is to promote diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplaces. Even science must bow to equity and inclusion. Science should be rooted in facts and research, not wokeism. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, this amendment prohibits the use of funds for the Department of Energy's Office of Science, Scientific Workforce, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. This bill already includes harmful riders that show Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. The underlying bill includes a provision that prohibits funds related to advancing racial equity and supporting underserved communities. I represent some of those. And related to diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility in the federal workforce. In addition, the bill includes a provision that prohibits any activities related to critical race theory that, as we heard during markups last year, none of my Republican colleagues could even define. How many times do my Republican colleagues need to emphasize that they do not like diversity, equity, and inclusion? I would encourage you to go to a website and look up Admiral William McRaven's wonderful, wonderful speech to a graduating class of the Naval Academy called Make Your Bed. And what was interesting about it as a former SEAL, he talked about who actually in his SEAL training, who were the guys that actually won. And they were the guys that weren't the tallest and they weren't the biggest, but they were a squad of sort of people that weren't as tall, they weren't as big, but their fierce spirit drove them to victory. I would urge you to look at that film and then come back and consider whether you should ever offer an amendment like this again. I really do not understand why these provisions are necessary on an energy and water bill, and I would hope that my colleagues can stop targeting those who may be different from themselves and embrace acceptance or at least tolerance of others. That is the greatness of America. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back her time, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Chair, we've seen what happens when the Department of Energy prioritizes diversity and inclusion over all else. It results in hiring non-binary nuclear officials like Sam Brinton, who uses they-them pronouns and steals women's clothes. From the military to corporations to federal agencies, we have seen time and time again that the DEI mission fosters tribalism in the workplace. We've seen where corporations, Tractor Supply and John Deere, for an example, have pulled away from DEI policies because they are a failure. And one has to ask, when you look at the attempted assassination of President Trump, when the director put diversity above all else, was that complicit in the fact that a shooter almost killed the former president? diversity and inclusion as a priority when it should be based off of metrics, skill set, and who actually deserves the job. That should be the priority. Madam Chair, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Rattle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that prohibits funds made available by this act to be used for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Accessibility Council at the Department of the Interior. In February of 2022, Secretary Haaland established the first ever Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Council through Secretary's Order 3406 to incorporate these practices into the department's work across many bureaus. Let's be honest here. The DEI agenda is a destructive ideology that breeds hatred and racial division. It has no place in our federal government or anywhere else in our society. DEI exists to be a jobs program for otherwise unemployable holders of gender studies degrees who ruin just about everything they touch. Since taking office, the Biden-Harris regime has implemented DEI policies across virtually every agency in the federal government. The DEI is focused on coddling unequipped and incompetent employees, and I think we've seen that by all of the resignations from these DEI hires in this administration in just a few short years. As we saw a mere 11 days ago, DEI hires and incompetency at Secret Service were responsible for letting a deranged gunman come centimeters from killing President Trump. And I'm not talking about the folks who were there, boots on the ground. I'm talking about the disgraced director of the Secret Service who resigned today after scrutiny from both Republicans and Democrats, and those all throughout our country. Mr. Chair, we should no longer allow DEI in the federal government to continue to divide America and waste taxpayer money. It's absurd to fund these diverse policies, and it's time for Congress to put an end to them once and for all. The Department of Interior should be focused on restoring American energy dominance, not pandering to radical leftists. This is not about race or gender or anything else included in the DEI agenda of the left. This is about having the best, most equipped, most qualified personnel in their positions, no matter what their race or gender are. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to abolish this demonizing DEI council. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized. For what purpose does the gentlewoman
Still
seek
from
recognition?
Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wrong in the strongest opposition possible to this amendment. One of our greatest strengths as a nation is we learn, we grow, we change. And that means diversity is a great strength in this country. There was a time, Mr. Chair, when women couldn't vote. There was a time when juries were only men. There was a time when it was unthinkable for a woman to join a police department or a woman to be a doctor. The place was to be a nurse. There was a time in our military in which women could be test pilots here at home during the war. And after the war, they were no longer allowed to be pilots in the sky flying commercially. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. The American experience is not a singular experience, and diversity programs exist to recognize this. I'm going to give another example, Mr. Chair. When I was in the state legislature in Minnesota, we had a vibrant Hmong community that came here after the Lao war in Vietnam. It was a secret war in Laos. And the Hmong community came here, and they were very outdoors people. And, you know, understanding and making sure that they understood our natural resource laws, we decided we wanted to reach out and include that diversity. And so we went out, and I was part of the legislation that was written, that we asked our Natural Resources Department to hire, to look for qualified people, hires Vietnamese, Lao, Cambodian people to work with our wonderful diverse community in the Twin Cities and have them feel included and wanted because we wanted them to experience the great outdoors in Minnesota. Well, we did that. They were well qualified, well respected, and in fact, just this year, I was surprised. One of the fathers came up to me when I was doing my recruitment and acceptance for going into the military academy, and he said, "You don't remember me, but because of you, I felt like I could do this job, and I did it well." And he retired from the state of Minnesota, working for the Department of Natural Resources, and I appointed his son to go to one of our military academies. And that's the beauty of our country. And the fact is also that business leaders agree that having a diverse and inclusive workforce in the place is critical to their overall performance, because I was in sales for years. If you're selling to somebody, you better understand their culture, you better understand their needs and their wants. So the business community embraces this. So the attempt to defund or to block the implementation of these efforts only takes us back to a time when our nation's diversity, when women were not seen as an asset. So I oppose this amendment, and Mr. Chair, I'm not going to speak on this any longer. This has been replayed over and over and over again, and for me, it is hateful, it is hurtful, it is harmful. We amended our Constitution numerous times to include diversity and inclusion, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. America is great, and we're going to make America even greater in the upcoming months and years. America is diverse. America is the great melting pot of the world. We have some of the world's best, the world's finest. And you know, it's amazing. All it took were people coming together to adopt the 19th Amendment, to allow women to vote. It took people coming together and collaborating to hire women as police officers or firefighters or pilots. Heck, I've flown a plane. Little Husky 180. Great time. Enjoying the sights of Colorado and all of the mountainsides. You know, we have an economy right now that is failing because we have a party and an administration that is prioritizing DEI, something we didn't need to have women as police officers or firefighters or pilots or service members, those who would offer up their own lives to serve in the honor of our great country, who would stand for our flag. And because of DEI and this administration's woke agenda and their radical views, we have now been regulated into poverty. I remember a time also where women could, if they chose, stay home and raise their children. And now women are forced to work and have homes with 2 incomes because they cannot afford their groceries or their gasoline to get their children to school. And it's all because of the policies of this radical agenda. I'm fine with diversity. America is known for being a welcoming country. But this DEI program isn't what makes America great, and we never needed it to be great. And I'm calling for it to come to an end. I yield.
The question is on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of EPA Administrator Michael Reagan to $1. On his watch, Administrator Reagan has used the EPA to impose Green New Deal policies such as electric appliance and EV mandates, power plant closures, strict regulations on American energy production, and environmental justice initiatives. On Michael Reagan's watch, the EPA has prioritized DEI over domestic energy, climate change over consumers, and EVs over our great economy. In a hearing with the Oversight and Accountability Committee, he was unaware that the EPA has never formally been authorized by Congress, something that someone who oversees an agency should know. If the body of government who is directed to create such agencies has never authorized them, well, then we kind of have a problem. But however, this hasn't stopped him from jeopardizing American energy security, overloading America's power grid, and raising costs for all American consumers and businesses. In fact, in March of last year, the EPA Twitter account posted, quote, "As a bicultural, bilingual, and bisexual woman, Iris deeply empathizes with communities at the intersection of overlapping crisis of injustice, hashtag climate change, and environmental racism," end quote. We cannot have the head of the Environmental Protection Agency claiming that even the environment is racist. This is, another season of all the questions are made up and none of the points matter. The American people want their government to work for them, not against them. This administration's Green New Deal regulations are increasing regulatory costs at a rate of $617 billion per year of rulemaking. Is that clear? $617 billion in just rulemaking alone. This isn't a bill that Congress is passing. It's just rulemaking by the agency itself. And if they continue at the Obama administration's regulatory pace, this will cost American families $60,000. It's time to put an end to governing by the Green New Deal, which is very much a scam. And the first step is to get rid of Administrator Reagan. I urge the passage of this important amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. Any member wish?
Madam Chairman.
What purpose did the gentleman from
claim
Idaho
time in opposition
seek
to the
recognition?
amendment.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I see that we're going to have several Holman rules coming up. When the Holman rule was originally put in place years ago, it was meant to identify people who had committed crimes, and we've had some of those that have been fired. It wasn't meant to identify people who had policy differences. Those are what elections are about. Anybody who suggested that on this side of the aisle that we were going to elect the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, that the policies that they enacted were going to be things we supported, I think we're living in a different world. They're enacting their policy. Instead of doing these types of amendments, and I've opposed every one of them except one, instead of doing these types of amendments, what we need to do is, if we oppose them, get out and elect another president to get the job done. This doesn't do anything. If you could tell me that they had committed some crime, something that they didn't have the authority to do, then maybe we'd consider it. But I noticed on all of these things, there's an awful lot of Holman amendments that are going to be, and I'm only going to speak on one of them. Same message goes out for all of them. You don't do this because, frankly, I don't think we have the authority to do it, even though the rule of the House says we do. But they are appointed and they are confirmed by the United States Senate. I don't think we have, and this is essentially firing. When you reduce the salary to $1, you're firing the individual. I don't think we have that authority. So unless you can show me that they have done something illegal, high crimes or misdemeanors, something like that, I think this is silly. But we're going to have more of them. That's okay. I just wanted to speak on one of them because I don't want to repeat myself over and over and over again. But it gives the sponsors of these amendments sometimes to complain about what the administration is doing, and that's okay. But I oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Idaho yields back. The gentlewoman from Colorado has 2 minutes remaining, and she's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Simpson here, who is chair of a subcommittee and approps the Interior Appropriations Subcommittee. I believe that we absolutely have the authority to exercise the Holman Rule. Congress, the House of Representatives, we are a majority rule self-governing body. We have rules that we vote on to put in place that allows us to govern and governs ourselves as members of Congress. We have the Holman Rule to have a check on unelected bureaucrats. I agree with my colleague that elections do matter, that we do need to get out and vote for the best candidate. However, my constituents in Colorado do not have the opportunity to vote for these unelected bureaucrats who are happy to stay in their position and wait out a majority of their disliking, and it is very difficult to remove them. And my colleague is also correct in saying this is essentially a way of firing these unelected bureaucrats who are abusing their position, who are using their power, their job and their position to hurt American citizens when they are creating rulemaking that is $17 billion per year and increasing the household costs of families by $60,000. I don't care if that's technically illegal or legal. It is immoral and it is unjust and it is unsustainable. So I stand by my amendment to reduce the salary of the EPA director, Mr. Reagan, to $1, to exercise our House rule that we have voted on, that Mr. Simpson even voted on in the rules package of January of 2023, and hold this unelected bureaucrat accountable. I am here to represent my constituents and save the American taxpayer money. Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
The chairman now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commandant, for being here. I want to follow up to my colleague from Arizona, his questions on DEI, because I'm also concerned with that. I think back to my time in the military where we had mandatory training, and some of that mandatory training I thought was appropriate as a Master Chief. Sometimes I thought it was busy work. Parts of it was busy work. And then some of it I thought took us away from doing our job. So the question for you is, how many hours of mandatory DEI training do Coast Guardsmen have?
We have a number of mandated general military training requirements. I don't know of a standalone course. We'd have to look into each of those to understand, is there a D&I component? My focus on the service is hiring talent that meets the standards and then ensuring when a member has taken the oath and decided to serve, that they encounter an environment that's free from harm, that is intolerant of harm, and where everyone is valued and able to achieve their fullest potential.
I'd appreciate if we can get back with maybe a number of hours on that as you dig through it. Once again, I'm concerned that we're take away from our job, and your job is very important, it's very critical. And I'd also say DEI does not equal diversity in many cases, but I'll leave it there. I'd love to follow up with you on that part. Now to talk a little bit of tactical. Jihad of South. I'm a proponent of Jihad of South. I think it is the gold standard in many cases of bringing interagencies together and success. Outside of being on Homeland Security, I'm also on the Homeland Security Committee. I'm also on appropriations. So my question is very clear to you. Jihad of South plays a critical component to counter narcotics and maritime security. What additional resources, money, right? How much money do you need in order to have Coast Guard successes increase, specifically when talking about Jihad South?
I agree. Jihad South is absolutely the gold standard, and not just interagency alignment, but also international partner alignment as they do all of the detection and monitoring for the counter-narcotics effort. Specific to the U.S. Coast Guard and needs, it comes back to our major ship acquisition programs, ensuring that we've got reliable budget authority and appropriation for our acquisitions, particularly the offshore patrol cutter, which the first one was launched in the fall, but creating ship capacity that creates the force package that gives you endgame and JIADF is really where the sweet spot is for the Coast Guard.
Excellent, and I look forward to continuing to work together. I think one of the issues has always been the lack of platforms that Jihad South has in order to operate. The mission always grew. There was always plenty of work. There was just not enough assets to go about because you were oftentimes competing with other areas. Once again, as put my appropriator hat on, if there's any way I can help in that, would love to work with your team, maybe more specifics outside of the overall umbrella, but more specifics in order to build that out. I'm very interested in that. My next question is on CrowdStrike. The CrowdStrike IT outage impacted the world, and on that day, the U.S. Coast Guard Southeast posted via X, the nationwide connectivity outage are impacting the U.S. Coast Guard Rescue 21 systems and hashtag D7. For urgent distress, please use VHF Radio 16 to reach out to the Coast Guard or dial the 7th District Command Center. Was this an isolated incident or was this Coast Guard wide?
So the CrowdStrike incident that we all tracked as a nation early on that day and Friday was not the cause of the Rescue 21 outage. Instead, it was a hardware failure on a Verizon system that we rely on for some of our network. We continue to work to troubleshoot that, understand it was a Coast Guard-wide impact to the Rescue 21, speaks to the need to ensure our own resiliency and our own IT infrastructure, and welcome further discussion to see where we might be able to make more investments.
To that point, I'd like to continue to work together on future situations where we can make this, we can prevent this from happening. My last question is on an article from Defense Scoop last year that highlighted Coast Guard petition for formal recognition to the U.S. Cyber Command's force. Given the Coast Guard's unique cyber positions and its dual role under the Department of Homeland Security and Department of Defense, how would this formal recognition within U.S. Cyber Mission Force enhance Coast Guard's cyber capabilities?
We've been investing in our cyber capabilities, both internal to the organization and the work we do in support of U.S. Cybercom and with U.S. Cybercom. Happy to have the staff come over. There's a number of classified elements to it, but walk you through all that is going on and how we contribute to the broader cyber fight in defense of the nation.
We covered a lot of ground in 5 minutes, but once again, this cyber issues that aren't going away. The Coast Guard is the tip of the spear in many cases, and I want to make sure that you have a partner not only in me, but also in this committee.
Thank you.
Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, once again, as Congressman Fry said, we want to thank you for your time and a lot more information today than Monday, so thank you for that. I just have a handful of questions. I would love to have just a simple yes or no so we could get done with this. So on day one, President Biden issued an executive order mandating DEI programs in the executive branch. You responded by hiring FBI's first ever Chief Diversity Officer. You're even on the Bureau's website quoting, saying that diversity and inclusion of the workforce is something I care deeply about because the success of our efforts impacts our operations, our culture, and our future, end of quote. So Director, just a simple yes or no, do you still find DEI hiring practices to be central to the FBI's operations, cultures, and future?
I believe that diversity is an important part, is a core value of a high-performing organization.
Do you have any concerns that our Homeland Security efforts will be hampered if the FBI continues to use DEI as a primary hiring measure?
I don't believe that we use DEI as a primary hiring metric. I would say that we have not lowered our standards.
Yes or no, please?
Let me, if I could finish. It's not a yes or no question. We have not lowered our standards, and the facts back that up.
Are you aware of a 112-page report compiled by senior agents and analysts which stated, quote, if the current trajectory of the FBI special agent recruitment and selection continues, using DEI as the primary and sole measure of our homeland security efforts will be significantly hampered. Do you know about that 112-page report?
I'm aware of a report from a number of anonymous former employees.
Thank you. Do you agree that protecting the former president falls under the umbrella of homeland security?
Well, protecting the former president, the physical security, the protective detail on the former president is the province of the Secret Service, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security.
It is my understanding that historically the FBI had 100,000 applications for special agents on file at any given time of the year. So talking about slipping recruitment, are you aware that on February of 2024, a letter from the FBI's Assistant Director for Training Division, which reported that FBI only received an estimated 48,000 applications over a 2-year period?
I don't know if we're comparing apple to apple. What I can tell you is that in the time that I've been FBI director, the number of Americans applying to be special agents has gone up dramatically. To the tune of, in some cases, double or triple the pace
So the
it was when I.
48,000
If I
is
could
wrong?
finish, sir, if I could finish, please. To a rate that is higher, you'd have to go back about a decade or so to find the number of Americans applying to be special agents that are currently applying.
Okay, so for the record, that 48,000 is probably wrong then in your eyes?
I don't know. I don't have the letter in front of me, but what I'm not sure of is that we're comparing apple to apple in terms of time periods and everything else.
In advance of the Trump shooting, United States Secret Service Special Agent in Charge Tim Burke reportedly told law enforcement partners that NATO summit in Washington, D.C. limited his resources available to the Trump rally. The service has similar DEI hiring aims and failed their zero-fail mission to protect President Trump. Director Cheadle has since stepped down. Could the hyperfixation on hitting Biden administration's imposed DEI rules by causing the FBI and the federal law enforcement agencies to not only miss their prime candidates, but also potential threats?
Well, I can't speak to Secret Service's hiring practice. What I can tell you is that, in my view, diversity, like everything else, is something that has to be done in the right way. Just like everything else, there's a right way and a wrong way to achieve it. I think we can and have achieved improvements in diversity and, at the same time, not lowered our standards. And I think part of the reason we've been able to do that is because of the encouraging increase in the number of Americans applying to be special agents.
The investigation into the planting of pipe bombs at the RNC and DNC headquarters has been going on for over 3.5 years and will soon have lasted longer than the Biden presidency. I look forward to you proving yourselves because we haven't received any update right now on the Trump shooting since July 15th, and the people really need that. Can the public expect a more transparent and timely investigation into the attempted assassination of former President Trump?
I've been testifying here all day about the investigation into attempted assassination of former President Trump, and we've done multiple briefings, and I've answered multiple questions.
And we appreciate that because,
okay,
like
that's
I said,
what you were asking.
Well, it just seems like there hasn't been a press conference to the people to go through all the different details that were already presented today. And I'll just leave you with one final question. The government is not doing their job. Do you feel as the director that perhaps like not only the FBI, but the Secret Service needs to have a complete reconstruction? Or do you think it's still put together the way that could best do its job?
The FBI that I see every single day, having visited all 56 of our field offices at least twice, many of them 3 times, the FBI that I see engaging with state and local law enforcement from all 50 states, that I hear about from prosecutors, judges, business leaders, community leaders, foreign partners, is an FBI that is respected, trusted, appreciated, and that is there for people when they need them the most. And that is the FBI that I see, and I'm very proud to be a part of them.
Any comment on the other agencies?
No, I'm not going to comment on other agencies.
Appreciate your time, sir. Yield back to the chair.
An investigatory arm that does the disciplinary process.
Okay. Will you report back to this committee any other incidents?
I'll do my best to share information with the committee.
You testified earlier that the FBI maintains high standards irrespective of so-called diversity efforts. Is it true that in December of 2016, former Director Comey lowered the passing standards for phase one, allowing an influx of previously unqualified applicants to continue in the hiring process who normally would have been stopped back in December of 2016?
Yeah, I can't speak to Director Comey's
what were the
changes.
standards?
I can tell you that at least since I've been director, changes that we have made to.
But we're standing on a specific question. Were standards changed? Phase one, this is a specific part of the process. Were they changed in 2016?
Well, I don't recall if they were changed in 2016. Obviously, I started, as your question presupposes, after that. What I can tell you is, since that time, we have made changes to various phases of the process, but none of them, this is important, none of them lowered the standards. In fact, if anything, they actually increased.
Are you familiar with reporting that we have, and we've asked questions to you about this, I'm not sure the result of the questions, that to more, quote, easily accommodate a larger pool of available applicants, FBI special agent hiring standards have been relaxed and requirements measurably lowered. This according to a group of former agents who have testified about this and written a report and submitted it to Congress. In addition, specifically, minority, people with 20-year careers, one in particular, a minority who served for more than 20 years, wrote in this report and submitted it to Congress saying that these standards were in fact lowered, and that in fact, if you were hiring, you were moved off of hiring if you put quality above these kinds of DEI requirements. Do you reject this report? And do you have comments on this report?
I haven't read.
You're aware of the report?
I'm aware of the report. I know that I've read every detail of it, but I can tell you that the claim that we have lowered our standards to be less selective and less competitive is not accurate.
So do you believe these former agents are lying to Congress when they submit a report to Congress stipulating and suggesting otherwise? Or are you saying that they are lying?
I'm saying they're mistaken.
Okay, but they're affirmatively on the record. They're telling us and submitting a report to Congress saying that those facts are directly in contradicting what you're testifying here today. So I just want to be clear so we know we're saying that they are submitting evidence to our record to the contrary that you say is untruthful.
I encounter all the time when I travel around the country and have conversations with our agents, and one of the things I try to do is have meetings with some of the longer serving agents without executive management.
That's okay. My only question is that,
and my point here's
the implication is it's untruthful. So but I need to move on. I got 1 minute left.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Crane, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Fagan, thank you so much for coming today. I want to start by asking you to tell me about recruitment deficits that you've seen.
We began to have a deficit in recruiting several years ago, and it was exacerbated by COVID. We've seen the rebound from the COVID effect. I appreciate the support of the committee and our overseers who've allowed us to make investments back into recruiters. We've professionalized our talent acquisition specialists. All that has paid dividends. We have, as of 2 weeks ago, the number of reservations, so that means people who are planning to go through Cape May, that we need to consider a full successful year and meet our recruiting. The workforce we're recruiting is second to none. They know why they're joining, and they understand the value proposition to the American public.
Why do you think you guys are failing to hit your numbers right now?
It was a combination of capacity, and we've reinvested in that capacity. We are not always understood by the totality of the American people, so beginning to increase awareness and understanding of who we are as a Coast Guard. And just as the shipyards are looking for workforce, we're competing with employers and other militaries, across the country for workforce. And young people have had some feelings with regard to work, and all of that has come together to make it a challenge.
Yeah, thank you, Admiral. What additional workload has been put on the Coast Guard and our sailors because we have a commander-in-chief who signaled to the rest of the entire world that we're about to throw our southern border wide open? And I know that you have to be careful in how you answer that. I'll make that claim because I know I'm able to watch cause and effect, and I'm not in your position. I don't wear your uniform, and that's not my chain of command. But with the policy changes of this federal government over the last couple of years, what additional workload has that put on your workforce, Admiral?
We view our role in preventing and interdicting migrants at sea as critical life-saving work, and we continue to ensure that we've got presence that's needed to prevent.
Ma'am, real quick, that's not what I asked you. I know that that's a part of what you guys have to do, and it does absorb resources. I'm asking you to give us an understanding of how much of an additional workload that's put on your resources, your infrastructure, your personnel because of the Can you even give me a percentage?
Certainly happy to come over. We can walk you through all of the flows of migrants over the last several years. This year and today.
Has there been any study to calculate the additional man hours?
I can share with you the ebb and flow of man hours and resources that we've put into the migrant.
But you don't know it off the top of your head, Admiral?
No, I don't,
Okay.
I don't, because those resources also do other missions as we have them at sea, but happy to work with your staff and give you more specifics.
Thank you, Admiral. Admiral Fagan, how do you assess the current state of readiness and preparedness of the U.S. Coast Guard to operate and respond effectively in the Arctic region, especially coordinating with your naval counterparts?
We operate the nation's surface assets in the Arctic. And the Coast Guard cutter Healy, in fact, is operating in the high latitudes today, conducting science operations, creating presence for us as a nation. And we work and interoperate up there with other military services, other Arctic nations' military services, and create that on-scene presence in our own exclusive economic zone in the Arctic.
Admiral Fagan, what DEI program implementations have been made in the Coast Guard within the last couple of years?
We are hiring talent as a service, the best talent that's
I don't need the bullet point, ma'am. We all know that every institution within this federal government has now been plagued by this cancer of DEI. Instead of hiring people based on their merit alone, I'm asking you what programs have been implemented within the last couple of years that focus solely on diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I'll have the staff give you, we value diversity, but the talent.
Ma'am, we've always valued diversity in this country, but we all know that we used to have a system that was more based on merit. I'm asking you specific questions about what specific programs have been implemented under your watch within the last couple of years that focus on DEI.
I'll have the staff work with your staff. I can't immediately say this program initiated in the last 2 years. Again, the programs all focus on ensuring workforce that meets the standards is able to serve honorably in the service, and that we hire a workforce that meets our standards.
Thank you,
Gentlemen's time.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. With that, I just want to go first to you, Mr. Prince. You said you roughly have about 3,500 at the peak of Blackwater, correct?
That's right.
Secret Service currently has approximately 7,000, approximately. What was your highest annual revenue, if you don't mind me asking, give or take, for that many operations?
Ooh, for that, the protective mission was about 2,500 to 2,800, and that revenue would have been around $600 million.
So $600 million for that.
Again, that's deploying in a war zone where 41 of our men, my men, were killed
So
in
safe
action.
to say, if you had $3.3 billion allocated to you, you could have done some even more miraculous things with resource and assets, correct?
I'll give a simple comparison. Around 2005, George W. Bush wanted to grow the size of the Border Patrol. I remember being called to a congressional hearing then because they compared what it would cost us to train a new CBP agent versus what the federal government was going to take. And our figure came in at 1/3. And their figure was actually higher than sending someone to Harvard for 4 years, and that's to train a guy for 4 months. That's it. So it's the federal government blows money. Like I said in my testimony.
And my point is that the failed metric of government, whereby the more we spend, the better outcome we receive, is a flawed and failed measure, which is why we're at $36 trillion in deficit. And the reason I use that $3 billion, as you know, Mr. Prince, is because that's the actual amount that appropriators have allocated to the Secret Service, which means that to Dan Bongino's comment. They shouldn't be utilizing past equipment to serve tomorrow. They should have more than enough assets and resources in place with a $3 billion budget. Would you not agree?
Certainly.
And I want to go to you, Mr. Bongino. I want to point out some things because culture failure, as my colleague has pointed out and others, I want to mention a couple of things. August 14, 2024 is reported failure that a Secret Service agent abandoned her post without permission to breastfeed child before Donald Trump was scheduled to arrive in North Carolina. August 12, 2024, it was reported that a Secret Service special agent who was an official site agent for the July 13 Butler PA rally is under investigation for posting videos and photos for protective assignments to social media. July 27, 2024, a Secret Service agent covered the security camera of a local salon in Pittsburgh, Massachusetts before an event featuring Kamala Harris where the salon was closed, but opened it up without approval and utilizing restrooms for an hour and a half while the building's security alarm was going off. July 2nd, 2023, it was reported that a former Secret Service Director Cheadle and senior agency leader sought to destroy the cocaine found in the White House in July of 2024. The evidence was not destroyed due to pushback in individuals in the Secret Service Forensic Service divisions. May 2024, a man enters the U.S. Secret Service Miami field office through a propped open door and was not removed from the building until the following morning. April 24, 2024, a special agent assigned to Harris's detail had a mental breakdown where the agent is reported to have physically attacked the commanding agent in charge at the base after verbal disputes with other agents. Sometimes during 2023 and 2024, at least 2 people breached President Obama's Hawaii residence. Though the president wasn't there at the residence, his 2 daughters were on premise at the time. April 2023, a drunken intruder entered the home of National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in the middle of the night. The man was able to gain access to Sullivan's home despite 24/7 Secret Service protective services in Sullivan due to the sensitive nature of his position. Now, I want to go back to a comment that you made, Mr. Bongino, where you said none of these problems are new. I think just the list of those that I've just mentioned shows that this is not a new problem, but has existed for quite a while. And with a $3 billion annual budget, I would think that we would start evaluating those mistakes to make those corrective actions. Would you agree with the things that I've listed, with the budget that is allocated, that there should be a much better provision of security for protectees than what you're seeing today?
Oh, there's zero dispute about this. You know, Mr. Prince's company had accountability. People fire him and find a new company if he lost a protectee. You can't fire the Secret Service. 18 U.S.C. 3056, they're obligated to protect him. The Secret Service has a culture problem, Congressman. I was an instructor in our training academy in Beltsville, Maryland for 3 years. I ran operations over there, taught investigations over there, spent a little time in the control tactics unit. I was there for 3 years. Unfortunately, I can't count on one hand. I would need probably 2 and toes as well to count how many agents who could not meet even basic protective functioning skills and criminal investigative skills, but who met other criteria completely irrelevant to job performance, who were pushed through and told with a wink and a nod, this woman or man needs to graduate. Well, why? They're clearly incompetent. Every instructor who's encountered this person has said this person's incompetent to the point where in judgment drills, they're killing the protectee in the judgment drills. That's kind of not what we do. You're not supposed to shoot the protectee yourself in a simunition drill. And you would say things, you would hear things, excuse me, from special agents in charge, and I encourage you all to look into this, how the training center works and how they graduate students, where they would say, well, that person files a lot of complaints, like EEO complaints. Okay, well, are they real? That sounds serious. Sounds like a serious thing to me. I take that stuff seriously. And they would say, well, they file them enough that it's become a nuisance and they're not really legitimate, but because this person files a lot of complaints, we need to graduate them. Some of those people now, matter of fact, not just a few, but many, are out on protective assignments now. And again, this is not—
So what you're saying is that DEI plays a major role, not meritocracy, with regards to the current culture that has been fostered.
No, not a. No, the major role. The Secret Service right now is dominated by DEI. It's not a role. It's the role. You ask agents on the president—
And I think that everyone's heard me say before, DEI equals DIE. You know, DEI stands for didn't earn it. And
well,
we need
it
to be
did
very
for Corey
cautious in how we do this.
Ask his family.
Correct. I just want to move on briefly with the time. Mr. Schaefer, I just need you to kind of confirm the no's. And when I say confirm the no's, you'll understand. Didn't take the communication platform that was given by local forces, correct?
That's correct.
Didn't take the surveillance drone offered by local forces, is that correct?
That is correct.
Didn't show up for the morning briefing to ensure that last-minute planning could be accounted for.
That is correct.
Didn't take any necessary measures to talk to the Kubota dealer who was 400 yards away to the 12 o'clock direct line of sight to even see whether or not they could gain access to that rooftop or talk to the owner.
That is correct.
Did not access the water tower, which has the highest vantage point, and provide oversight that would have also looked at the AGR building.
That is correct.
You know, I'm looking at all this and I'm noting a lot of no's of things that didn't happen. And unfortunately, because we've allowed this to go on for weeks and weeks, we're now going to be faced with the fact that they're going to be memorializing all these documents to reflect July 9, July 10, July 11, dotting I's, crossing T's that wasn't actually going forward. Now, I want to ask you something, Mr. Prince, because you know this all too well about counterterrorism operations. We know for a fact that we have an open border with roughly 10 million people that's come across. We know that cartels are cheering on President Joe Biden as the employee of the month every single month when you think about 2018, where you had $500 million in revenue from cartel to now $13+ billion in revenue. If you knew a president was coming in that would put things like remain in Mexico back in place, secure our borders, and cut your revenue, you have the training, you have the assets, you have the revenue, would you deem that person as a threat and want to take that individual out?
It's a very simple answer, because you can see what they did in the last Mexican election that just happened a few months ago. They killed 27 conservative candidates, assassinated while campaigning.
And noting that you had the successful counterterrorism operation that eliminated the shadow master Qasem Soleimani of Quds Force, as well as for Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes, who led the Iranian proxy militias of Iraq, would you deem that as them declaring a fatwa to increase your threat profile as an individual protectee?
Certainly the Iranians would see it as a risk worth taking.
And you also note that a question that needs to be asked of the FBI is that on July 12th, a 46-year-old Pakistani male named Burjan was actually captured, who had also plotted assassination against President Donald J. Trump and 35 elected officials. The question is how did you think an individual who's on a terrorist watch list, landed in Houston, Texas, was questioned by the FBI, and I would love to hear his answers because they must have been spectacular, and then released, noting that this individual flew from Pakistan to Iran for 4 days prior to this? Would you note that as very questionable?
Again, you can put him in the long list of other people that don't belong here, that our federal government is failing to do their job.
Thank you. With that, I have run out of my time. I will now hand it over to
gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Mr. Crane, when I listen to progressive Democrats, you know, they're quick to throw in your face or our face the word choice, unless choice somehow works against their parochial political agendas. And so when I think about ESG, as the chairman so dutifully noted, that we're not against ESG in its right to exist or someone to choose to go down that path, but it's about choice. But instead, progressive Democrats suddenly abandon the word and are for mandates to the point of almost market manipulation. So again, piggybacking off what my friend on the left said, let's talk about how social activism has been harmful to investor interest, and perhaps give me an example.
So under this SEC, it's become increasingly easy for activists to hijack the proxy ballot to advance these narrow political aims. The dollar threshold to get a shareholder proposal on the ballot is extraordinarily low, just $2,000. So it's actually cheaper to take on a big business by having $2,000 worth of stock than it would be to take out an ad in the New York Times, right? If you've got a political agenda you're trying to press. And so we have seen under the staff legal bulletin that we were just discussing, the SEC has opened the floodgates to that exact type of activism, which is completely divorced from, is the company acting in the best interest of shareholders, and rather focuses on, are you achieving my personal political aims as somebody who has $2,000?
And in that process, I think what we're seeing is that this social activism is getting away from fiduciary responsibility and, again, driving political agendas that at the end of the day, it's the small investor that pays the price for that. Am I not correct?
You're exactly right. You know, companies want to focus on creating value for shareholders, including and especially, as you indicated, the small investor who's saving for retirement, saving to buy a new home. They don't want to be pulled into this political back and forth. We live in, unfortunately, a divided society where everything is politicized. Companies don't want to be inserted into the middle of that. They want to focus on growing their business, creating jobs, driving the economy, creating shareholder value for the exact folks in your district.
Well, I would say that is a great close to my time, Mr. Chairman, is this is about fiduciary responsibility. This is about getting back to the nuts and bolts and returning value to the shareholder. And with that, I yield the balance of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate the opportunity and.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the chair, Chairwoman Fox, for remarkable visionary leadership. I'm going to speak to the ACE Act, which is a part of the End Woke Higher Education. Our nation's education system is built on the fundamental values of free speech, freedom of religion, and the guaranteed rights of hearty and healthy debates. These core principles are so inherent to America that we often take them for granted. We, over time, assume that these freedoms will always be safe without any effort on our part to protect them. Unfortunately, this is not the case. A glance at our university system reveals a troubling trend: ideological conformity and intolerance when not compliant is undermining academic freedom. This is systemic acceptance of a new litmus test in the accreditation world. Institutions of higher learning are facing immense pressure from creditors to conform to the anti-American Marxist doctrine of DEI and critical race theory, or losing access to federal funding. This is not the education our founders envisioned in their quest for America to continue to be a more perfect union. My dad was a college professor for 40 years at Florida A&M. Being raised in Tallahassee, Florida, in the shadows of FAMU and Florida State, I remember distinctly the era when our nation's colleges and universities prided themselves on merit, competition, and in that era was also classrooms that valued free speech, free exchange of ideas, and higher standards that were proudly taught. Fast forward to 2024, throughout our nation, religious institutions and conservative colleges that seek to teach their own values, the same values that students are signing up for and paying for, they risk losing federal funding by doing this process, by teaching this process. The ACE Act brings this attack on the foundation of our American culture to an end. It allows every educational institution in our country to return to its original mission, which is to educate students in American tradition of free and open debate, to allow for the training of critical thinking skills and to prepare them to enter and succeed in America's innovation and diverse workforce. The ACE Act reinforces the autonomy of every school to develop their own curriculums and policies without undue pressure to conform to the Marxist agenda pushed by politicized accreditation bodies. Most importantly, this upholds our constitutional right of free speech, which is fundamental to preserving the legacy of freedom for all future generations. I urge my colleagues to join me in defending the basic American rights afforded us by the Constitution and support the ACE Act. H.R. 3724. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
And on the subject of DEI, which you also mentioned in your speech, as you know, nearly all of the spending programs passed in recent years. Now, Ms. Harris was the deciding vote in the $1.9 trillion, whatever it was, American Relief Plan in 2021. That was one of the precursors of the inflation, and she was the deciding vote in the misnamed Inflation Reduction Plan. That was another inflationary bill. On the other hand, in those bills and other bills, including the CHIPS bill, including the infrastructure bill, there were DEI regulatory specifications throughout those bills. There's a story that runs, it's pretty well out there now. For the Federal Communications Commission, let's see if I get this right, 40-some-odd billion dollars was appropriated to the purposes of connecting rural broadband and so forth. We looked at, I had those accounts at the NEC. I would have known how to spend $40 billion. But the point is, they haven't spent a nickel. Not one nickel has been spent of that so-called $40 billion coming out of that bill because they're not meeting all of the regulatory, including the DEI specifications. And, You know, cable providers and other service providers are just throwing up their hands so we can't play because we can't do this.
It implodes on
40 billion.
itself. Yeah.
Not a nickel's been spent. I know the one about the electric chargers. They haven't spent even $7 billion? No, there were, or something like that. Anyway, no electric charge. But this is another one. Either you change the regs, just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it.
Well, that's what
Save taxpayers a nickel.
That's what we will do. I mean, they have infused ESG,
Promise?
DEI, all this nonsense into all the government programs, so they don't work, and it implodes on its own weight, and that's a completely foreseeable outcome of this nonsense. Look, when you're talking about lending and retirement accounts, I mean, under the Trump administration, there were some great rules made to prevent all that. The Biden and Harris administration reversed it. When you go to a bank, you don't want a liberal bank or conservative bank, an activist bank, a social justice warrior bank. You want a good bank. You want the ones that will handle your money right. You want a fiduciary. You don't want a social justice warrior. They're trying to infuse their ideology and their woke left policies into everything, and it destroys everything that it infects. We have the evidence now to prove that. These are not theories anymore. We can show that these programs don't work because of their madness.
Well, the other part is, I mean, it's worth a try that obligated but unspent funds can be completely rescinded. I mean, I think you mentioned the stupid IRA bill.
Yes.
You know, that could be up to $1 trillion. The student loans, that could be $500-600 billion. I mean, you add it up, it's real money. You're going to need the money because I'm going to get the Trump tax cuts 2.0 in a minute. But, I mean, these things, if it's obligated, if it's authorized but not spent, right? Take it out.
Exactly.
Pull it back.
And what we talk a lot about is if we get unified government again, we want to be very aggressive. I think we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with the overturning of the Chevron doctrine to claw back Article 1 authority, speaking of the Constitution, to the legislative branch. And we work on that very aggressively. And also, we need to authorize before we spend. That's the way this is supposed to work. Congress hasn't done that in a long, long time. So you can save a lot of taxpayer funds if you do it more responsibly. We have aggressive plans to do that.
You know, if you don't, we're going to sick Elon Musk on you.
No, I had Elon in my office 6 or 7 weeks ago.
He's ready.
Oh, he's ready to roll.
He's ready. He's got itchy
motivated.
fingers. That's what we need, itchy fingers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that earlier. I was listening and changing up some of my questioning and thought pattern. And I want you to kind of go with me because I want to kind of set the stage, first of all. As it was stated earlier, culture starts at the top, and that's what shapes and forms the rest of the organization and where they're going. And I want you to think back through the entire Department of Transportation, the derailment of the railroad, the train, over and above, way above average on near misses at our airports, even parts falling off of planes. And I say that because the Department of Transportation under Pete Buttigieg has had a focus of not hiring qualified people and looking at qualified people, but pushing a social agenda or a DEI initiative to the point where people that are under this industry, this umbrella of the Department of Transportation, actually focus more on DEI initiatives instead of hiring qualified people to build planes or to operate railroads, waterways, whatever it is under the purview of the Department of Transportation. So I guess what I want to know on the Boeing side of this thing is, I know they've opened up to operators so that they can look at the 737. Have you seen any other thing that you're concerned with on that airplane?
Have I seen anything other than what we're addressing in the comprehensive plan? As I mentioned, this is a pretty intensive monitoring process. So we meet with their safety team weekly. The management team meets monthly, and I meet with the CEO quarterly. Anything that arises gets incorporated into the plan. So if anything new comes up, we look at those types of issues.
You know, safety. I've heard that numerous times, and we hadn't even been in the meeting here 30 minutes or so. So that's the focus. And I want to kind of look at one other quick thing before I'm finished. I know that the GAO, nonpartisan GAO, put out a report that they assessed 138 systems that y'all have. According to them, 51 or 37% are unsustainable. 54 or another 39% of them are potentially unsustainable. and that the FAA has been extremely slow to modernize the most critical and at-risk systems. Now, we're sitting here talking about Boeing, but you've also got a lot of things at risk in the FAA. And I'm just curious, where's our initiative and where's our push on that to get this fixed?
I think the FAA facilities have been somewhat famously underinvested in over the years. The centers, we have 21 centers that control high-altitude aircraft. Those were designed to be a maximum life of 50 years. They're now, on average, between 60 and 70 years old. All these facilities need to be replaced and upgraded. It's a fairly heavy lift financially. We have requested $8 billion in next year's budget to begin working on some of that replacement. There's a huge backlog of sustainment and modernization, and right now, 90% of our budget for facilities goes on sustainment rather than new systems. So we have a lot of work to bring the system up to speed.
I would agree. And Mr. Chairman, I brought that up, and I want you to understand where I look at this thing. I go back to the focus of the Department of Transportation overall, and the focus is in the wrong area. Instead of us focusing on making sure that we have the safest planes and the safest waterways and railroads and airports and hiring qualified people to do that, this administration and that agency are focused on social agendas. And they don't have their focus on making sure that we keep people safe. And that, to me, is the bigger issue that we have underlying right here, right now. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Anti-Asian or anti-Chinese origin hate or stereotyping, right?
Absolutely correct.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to once again discuss the ways in which...
Excuse me, I'm sorry, 1 second. Oh, gracious sakes. Ms. Brown, I'm sorry, I was supposed to go back to this side, and that's my bad.
Okay.
I apologize. We'll give you the full 5,
Thank
because you were just getting revved up there. So I apologize. Yeah. We'll deduct that 15 seconds from Burchett to give to you. So now we'll go recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
I'll do a follow-up with, who was the last guy answering questions? Mr. Sala, was that you? Is China trying to divide America and cause dislike between various groups?
Say that's part of gray zone political warfare. I don't have access to reports on, on the high side that show their engagements in that respect. But I think there are far more tangible ways that the public can see and should see.
There's a book recently written by Christopher Rufo, which has received a lot of favorable comment, in which he goes back and finds communists in the 70s pushing this racial divide, trying to divide America by race. And of course, we have a lot of DEI professionals throughout the government now who I think their goal is to divide America and eventually destroy America by setting one ethnic group against the other. Is that something you think that Red China would like to have, or to push the idea that people should view themselves as members of a subgroup rather than individuals?
Whatever it takes, they would like to win without fighting.
Right, that's exactly right. They believe that they're going to take over the United States. I think Khrushchev did, that they would take it over without a fight. And then this is the type of division that will cause them to destroy America when American congressmen push this DEI garbage. Right? Yeah, probably. Okay. Question for Mr. Thayer here, Dr. Thayer. We have a lot of farmland in Wisconsin. You studied China's behavior over a period of years. They're trying to acquire American farmland. How serious a threat is it when China acquires our farmland?
It's a very serious threat. Obviously, we need the food and the productive agricultural products that are produced on that land.
Right. And what becomes of the land when China buys it? Do they keep running out to the American farmer? Do they put buildings on the land? What happens when they buy this land?
Well, sir, oftentimes it is left fallow. It's not used, or it can be in instances used for nefarious purposes. But by taking that farmland, when you think like the Chinese Communist Party, what you're doing is denying those assets, of course, to the United States, and you're sending a very important political message that the Chinese Communist Party is becoming increasingly powerful in the United States.
Okay, which states have been the big chunks of farmland purchased in?
I think most of the states, North Dakota, South Dakota, sir, I know have been. Kansas, I know, is subject to this as well. Maine has as well.
And what's going on with the farmland there that used to have corn on it or whatever they have on it? It's just sitting there, or what? And I assume, I don't know how it is in those states, in Wisconsin, you'd be paying property taxes, so they just pay the property taxes and let it sit there, or what do they do?
Sorry, I would say in general, of course, we're not speaking with respect to any specifics, that the land is used in a less productive or in not to the extent or with the intent that we would like to see the land used from the standpoint of the health of the American people and the American economy.
Okay. I guess I'll follow up there again, because maybe I'm not getting exactly the detail I want. What physically becomes of that land? If they buy land in Kansas, nothing, rent it out to another farmer, pay the property taxes and get nothing for it, what's going on?
They can do all of that, sir, and we also are aware of a particularly pernicious practice of buying farmland around Air Force bases and other military facilities, bases, ports, where drones and other intelligence collection.
Do they build anything on that land? Okay, if they buy, whatever, a 2,000-acre farm in North Dakota, do they put anything on that land?
I would say as a rule of thumb, sir, no.
Okay. And so you think part of it is just to exercise their power and tell the U.S., we're here, we're taking over?
Yes, sir, it's a very important and powerful political message.
And do any Chinese citizens who are here wind up ever living on the land or farming the land?
Sir, I believe that there are many reports of where they're resident on the land. In terms of, I would assume that includes an aspect of living on the land there, sir.
So
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes, and I apologize again, but this time we're really ready to go. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Brown.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I would be remiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. We now have time for one last question. So our last question.
Make this a good one.
Our last one comes from Matthew. Matthew? He was an F-15 pilot. I won't hold that against you.
Here, I got it. Mr. President, first off, I want to speak on behalf of everyone here and say thank you for taking time tonight to speak with our troops.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We got a lot of good-looking men in this audience, don't we, huh? And a lot of good-looking women also, by the way. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to revisit something you've talked about already. My name is Matt Lohmeyer. I was an Air Force F-15 pilot, and I was a commander in your newly created U.S. Space Force. I am also the first veteran of the Space Force because under the Biden-Harris regime, I was fired from my command and lost my pension for criticizing DEI trainings that were rampant in the military. Those trainings are still dividing our troops, and thank you for saying you would fire those few woke generals who are a big problem.
Big on.
I'm going to suggest that it might, in fact, require ongoing oversight and a persistent, consistent, watchful eye within the Pentagon to ensure this monster never returns to the Defense Department. Will you consider establishing a special task force, office, or position to ensure that these monsters never return to the Defense Department?
You know what I'll do? And I'm pretty good at this stuff. Sometimes you get it wrong. I'm going to put you on that task force. I think it's good. Not going to do better than her. I'll put you on. Make sure you give the name. Thank you. Beautiful, right? I have your approval.
Yes, sir.
I have your approval. We're not going to get better than him. You're right about it. You're right. 100%. Thank you.
We have another question from Pennsylvania.
Angelina?
I'm superstitious too, so Senator Vance.
Call me JD, please.
All right. Our children's schools are teaching them that they are victims based on race.
Sure.
Family values are being mocked, and our country is being constantly disrespected. How will a Trump-Vance administration address CRT, DEI, and SEL in the public schools and support parent advocates without fear of government reprisals?
Yes, ma'am. Another big and important question, and I obviously don't know the backgrounds of all of you entirely, at least. I don't know the backgrounds of a lot of folks in the room, but, you know, I'm 40 years old, and so I'm very much a child of the 90s. And my wife is 38, though she's probably going to get pissed off for saying that publicly. Can't take it back now. But, you know, so her parents are legal immigrants from South India, okay? And she was born and raised in San Diego, but I think because we grew up in the 90s, and I'm not saying things were perfect, don't mistake me, but we grew up in a country where we were taught to think about people as people and not as whatever artificial, superficial skin color they had. And I think because both of us grew up with that attitude, you know, we met, we fell in love, we started a family, and we never thought anything of it, right? I mean, there was never, you know, the only funny and slightly awkward comment that anybody ever made is when my mom asked, you know, what ethnicity Usha was, and I said she was Indian. She said, "Which tribe?" I said, "Well, you know, slightly off, Mom, slightly off." But like she actually, my mom made this point to me, and I think it's, you know, Mom is so smart. She's just one of the smartest people I've ever met. And she said, you know, I get really mad at all these people talking about your biracial children and, you know, whether they're white or whether they're Indian or what their background is. She's like, they're just our babies, right? And I want us to think about all of our kids, whatever the color of their skin, they're just our babies. They're American babies, and that is what matters. And so I think one thing that we have to do is do better as leaders. Talking about, yes, of course, we've got, you know, differences, and yes, of course, there are things that happen in America's history that aren't perfect. I'm not saying we ignore that, but we talk about it as a way to getting to a point where we see each other as Americans first and foremost. That's the most important thing. That's what we have to get back to. And then we also have to be honest, and this goes back to one of the earlier questions, that a lot of this crap is not something that anybody, black, white, you know, Latino, anything, would teach their kids. They're learning it from very radical curriculums that are being planted in our schools by money coming from American taxpayers. And so I think the first thing that we have to do is defund CRT and all of the radical curricula that's going into our schools. That's really important. But ma'am, I think the leadership part of this is really important too. For some reason, we got it into our heads that in a country as big and diverse and different as ours is, we needed to emphasize our differences. I actually think that what real leadership requires now is emphasizing our commonality as Americans. I think that we have a common destiny in this country, and if we forget that and we ignore it, it's going to rip our country apart. Let's not do that. Let's be Americans first.
We have to stop this now. It's time that we push back against cancel culture. It's time that we push back against intimidation tactics. And that is exactly the reason that I launched Merit Street Media, which, by the way, we didn't choose the name for that by random. Merit Street Media. This country was built on hard work, added value, and talent, not on equal outcome. Not on DEI. This country was built on hard work, and it needs to continue to be built on hard work. And the legacy media has sold out. The legacy media has sold out. And I'll tell you, one night I was sitting at dinner with my wife, Robin, And I was complaining as we were flipping around and listening to the spin on what's supposedly news. And I said, damn, I'm tired of listening to all this media spin and everything. And without even looking up, she said, well, you are the media. Why don't you do something about it? She said, you got bigger ratings than the four of them combined. Why don't you do something about it? Well, as usual, she was right. And that's why I launched the new network, because we want people to think for themselves. You guys aren't dumb.
Answer, what does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that the best person gets the job regardless of their skin color, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. That's why we're done with the woke DEI agenda, bringing in meritocracy to America. It means we believe in the rule of law, and I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law, and that is why if we've had the largest influx of illegals into this country in American history, we will have the largest mass deportation in American history. That is not racist or xenophobic. That is what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States of America. It means we believe in self-governance, that the people we elect to run the government, for God's sake, ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state that are running the show today. So you want another mass deportation? Let's get 3 million federal bureaucrats out of the D.C. bureaucracy. That's the mass deportation that saves the country. What does it mean to be American? It means we have elections we can trust and believe in, and that means single-day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued ID to match the voter file. That's how we save the country after we win it this time by voting early. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are American ideals that set this country into motion. We're in a war to revive them, and right now we need the commander-in-chief who will lead us to victory. That is your next president, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to grow the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to stay out of World War III in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump.